Good hello to all. And welcome to the Keepers of the Golden Gate, session 85. We've got there, folks. This is it, the final session. I'm kidding. And it's the 2nd of April, 2021. Again, still Ryan, the GM. Here are the players.
Hello, this is Adrian, and I play Arya Bluebird, the half-elf druid.
Hello, I'm Sean, and I play Bastiel, the Warforged cleric.
Hello, I am Scott. I'm playing Crumbar, who's a half-orc paladin.
I'm playing Isla, the tiefling sorcerer.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I'm playing Serene, the furball granger.
With no hoovering. Yatta!
With no hoovering! Yay!
No,
hooves.
good.
No hooves.
No hooves. Nope. No hooves. Whatever that means. I guess that's the session title. No hooves.
No hooves.
So,
You know I can,
if we need hooves, we know you.
force at any point, right? Yeah, I bring that to the table.
I
can
bring
sort
the
that out. And I
hooves.
can make you into one as well. Any of you.
That's a terrifying thought.
Anytime you need hooves, I'm your
Okay.
gal. Yeah, it sounds like some kind of like almost crazy butcher friend, doesn't it? That's what it sounds like. A bit overzealous with their job. Okay. Oh dear. Anyway, what did you remember from last time?
Ooh.
Right. So, from last time, things happened.
We had
I
a
re- I
cut
remem-
scene
I
in which
remember how
we...
things ended.
Right, so Scott doesn't know anything from last time. So
Nope.
Hannah, do you want to carry on?
Oh, I was going to say, we had a
We
cut
were
scene.
leaving the pub, and we found this one other person that wasn't a dwarf. And with excellent social skills, this was pointed out to them. Human!
Loudly.
Very loudly, yes, of course. And they talked to us, and turns out that they knew a hell of a lot more than we would have expected the random person to know about, our business. They had extensive notes from Crumbar, this Resira Abracadaus. Abracadus.
Abradicus?
Abradicus.
Abradicus, yes. Resira knows way too much
Resira.
about us, and he had a lot of notes. And told us that he's an archmage, first of his kind, very, very winky. I think he's got some issue with her eye every time, with his eye
Yeah.
every time he says the word magna.
Obviously, some kind of
Yeah.
prodigy.
His eye just does something funny. It's quite interesting, and scary. But hey, and looks like he's going to be tagging along. So we went back to the library and found Underbellum and found Petrovanges. Yay, he's alive! He doesn't seem to be very well though. He definitely seems to be a bit under the weather. And went to the library, and they took us to the other library, and we tried to make it so that there's a distraction, so that we could have a look at his thoughts. And turns out it was all for nothing, because his thoughts can't be read that easily. But hey, wasted all my luck points on that, so yay! And we got to the library, and it was the big scary library that we got into when we essentially broke into Forge by accident and tried to steal books from there. And yeah, it was interesting. But we're in the big ass library, and we're all researching shit, and
We're not finding very much.
But yeah, we're not very successful, are we?
No.
Um,
We picked a bit of Rasira's brain, seemed to know a bit about the Mistress of Flame, cultish activity. I've then written lol after that. I don't really know why.
yeah.
Exalted cult leader, demon summon. We don't know if it's a title or a person.
He did seem to think that they might have some sort of influence over the demons. So to Arya, that's a very curious subject right now, because if this Mistress of the Flame has any sort of influence on demons, it might be very interesting to find out if the thing in my bow is still there, is a demon, and still listens to me. That might be something to look into.
True.
Somebody
We
else say something because I feel like I'm
also, Bastiel did a couple of phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
One of which I've written, whoops, all Celeste.
Yeah.
Because, accidental phone call.
Yeah, but more I thought about it. So, okay, I tried to call Justoria, but I pictured
Mhm.
the demon we saw. And now that we know that they're separate entities because it answered on her behalf, maybe if I picture her, when next time I try,
Ooh.
it will actually reach her.
Wait,
But
what
we'll
do you
see,
mean?
because whoever answered the message to Justoria.
Oh,
Was very much
but-
yeah,
Yeah.
it was
You-
very much.
the
Right, okay,
demon-y.
so- yeah, sorry, I
Hmm.
thought you meant that a demon that we'd met previously. I'm like, we've met a demon?
We met a few, haven't you?
Yeah, but you know,
Couple.
Well, yeah.
None you've went to
I think
lunch
we've
with
met several.
specifically.
We did manage to do
Yeah.
a little bit of research, but mostly dead ends. We got a confirmation on the forest that walks will burn, which was interesting. And then
Yeah.
Rasira, is just better research than us apparently, just declared that he had found bad news.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah,
Was
'cause-
his
yeah,
favourite flower
Yeah.
violet night blooms?
Right?
Good. He invented something when he was 12 that still works.
Yeah,
I'm not
right.
okay with that.
That's kind of cool, I think. But okay.
Early achievers.
Yeah,
What
right.
did he invent?
An infusion enchantment. Didn't tell us exactly what it was, but he did it when he was 12, and it still works.
Yeah, he seemed very proud of that fact as well.
Mhm. He was also involved in the competition to design the money,
That's cool.
which is pretty cool.
I love the concept of that as well. It's so kind of like, it's such a new, like, they're clearly the first world, right? Over there with their money designing competitions,
Yeah.
right? Like
The
that's
most first world thing imaginable.
We've got all this money. Let's make it
I wonder
magical.
if he ever makes his own money or, doesn't
Inflation.
need it because he gets given some. Well, I guess.
Run on the bank.
I mean, this is it, right? You've got to watch out for the people that can just make money from nothing, right? That's always a worry. But these people clearly don't need money, right? The people that are obviously on, for example, Omen, right? They're obviously the haves, as it were. Considering you can't even go to the island without permission. Like, arguably, if you were stronger in magic than the protections around it, you could get there, right? You just have to break through whatever death ward seems to be around it that stops people just teleporting into it. But yeah, I like the fact that he's have a cheeky wee eye, Janus, and that seems to have went badly for somebody in the histories of this party. You know, Eric Rinwood. That's
I thought you were meaning me.
no, you're still alive, right?
Yeah,
Because you know
You
Magna.
got lucky.
very.
But like, had Celeste not stepped in, Eric would have been dead, as she stated to him, being like, "Why you do this?" You know, which is brilliant because then when Eric leaves and then time passes and Bastiel joins the massive quest, he immediately goes and banishes his power source, and she goes, "Why you do this? Like, you know, why are you like this?" So it's the I can't believe you've done this, Vine.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor Celeste. Not like this. Good old switch from the Matrix. But the anything else in fact happened then? Was that everything besides Crumber being banished? That was a fairly good recap, to be fair.
Yeah, that's about everything.
Yeah, and it
That's what
just
I've got.
kind of ended on there being a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, was it news?
Oh, it was
Bad
just
news.
yeah.
Bad
It's like
news,
unfortunately
yeah.
I have bad news, as he dumped his pile of books in front of the big central table that you've all gathered around to collate your thoughts and share what you have discovered.
Yeah, But before he whisks us away to somewhere else, real quick, we do have a goal to talk to Petrovanis. So I'll at least confirm the white is trustworthy. We better do that before we leave.
I like how you're like panicking, like trying to hammer in tent posts in a
It's
storm.
happened too many times.
Yeah, let's not get instantly distracted like a cat with a ball of yarn.
As I said, when in doubt, run anything you're planning to do through the little tool that is, how does this help us close the abyssal breach? And then if you want to pursue it, just accept the side quest you have put into the list, you know? Regardless of that, goals, right? Somebody talk me through the general goals. Don't all speak at once.
Right. Use Auridax resources to find out more about the eye.
Yep.
Of Janus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fairly self-explanatory. It's basically round 2 of what we did at the library here.
Yep.
Confirm if the white is trustworthy. Our main avenue to doing that is through Petrovanis, so we trust more than anyone in the Forge.
And we're pretty sure it's actually him. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn the artifact's name and use. So what's it all for? This kind of thing that we end up crafting with all these bits and pieces. We don't know what it kind of historically has been used for or what even it is. Eremos, time travel or imposter. Also self-explanatory. We don't know. We need to figure out why, like, what caused him to be a child and then an adult, and why he can teleport anywhere he pleases. And then simply commune with the High Druid. Work on the prophecy before, as I've speculated, I think Vishal might open a hellhole up in the middle of like the heart of the forest.
Yeah, the wildwood, right?
I kind of want to intercept that. Yeah. So yeah, and then personal goals. Should we do that each?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Arya?
Well, one of the things Arya really wants to do is to go to the. I call it the plant place in my head, but you know exactly what I mean.
These are personal goals from the sheet, Arya. Stay on target.
Oh, we're just reading them. Okay, fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, like she still wants to see if she can use Mistress of the Flame somehow, because that could be something that she might embrace if she thinks that it can be used somehow, and if she can actually become that fully. But yeah, that's very much something she's still totally up for.
Yep, good. Bastiel, you again, buddy.
Me, that's acquire a fire elemental,
Mm-hmm.
because I learned from the Dwarven archives that in order to gain fire immunity, or the most traditional way is to bond with a fire elemental. But no one survived that before.
Mm-hmm.
I still think I can do it though, because I'm not no one.
You're more machine now than man. Yeah.
Yeah.
You also, something that came to mind in the abstract through the week, you probably should hook up with a Igana Sedani, by the way. Like, Crumbar should probably at some point tell you about her, because if you tell Crumbar about your plans, he could tell you about her, because remember, she was the badass, the Felled Forge, or whatever it was called, in Horizon.
That was in Horizon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The badass Smith.
Why would that help with Bastiel's thing?
I feel like Bastiel knows exactly why that would help with him. She was a pretty
She's an
high
infernal
level
forge.
Yeah, she's with an infernal forge tiefling smith that can infuse magic into objects. Yeah, I think that's everything that Bastiel has on a wish list right now. So.
Right. Yeah. Right, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I thought you meant like, because in case you don't remember, she just had an extra fire elemental chilling on the shelf.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, we don't know what she puts into her stuff to make it magical, right?
Roll Inception.
Right, it's called the Felled Forge, right? So
Insight. Yeah.
roll,
That's actually a
solve,
good
plot.
episode title. Roll Inception. Genius. Actually
Rolls
genius.
within rolls. Not in this game. Okay, so then we've got Crumbar, your goal.
My goal is to learn who took the Rod of Pa. I was nearly said Rod of Vishal Rod of Pa off Vishal, because if we know who took it, then we know where to go looking. Right now, we don't know where Vishal is, so yeah. Fun times all round.
You could spend some of your 8 hours exploring that.
Yes.
Isla?
Compare notes with Rasira to gain something actionable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just trying to pick his brains.
Yeah.
Just so you know,
There's
can you give us a?
So I got a whenever ago it was, see the Jurassic Park Evolution game where you basically manage a park because you know it's going to end well. So I don't feel bad running that kind of game because I'm bad at those simulator games. So when the park's designed to fall apart anyway, I feel like, I'll play the Jurassic Park version. This way I feel like I'm following the script when it all goes to shit. But they like every voice actor in it calls it Isla, and it bugs me. So instead of like Isla
Yeah.
Muerta, it's Isla Muerta.
Oh
And I'm like,
no!
why you do this?
No!
Yeah,
Why?
Isla. Everything's Isla.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't like it.
Kind of strange.
I'm like this is this is a big IP, Jurassic Park, right? Like,
Yeah. Also, is it not just a Spanish word?
Isla,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
the layers to which it upsets me, unbound. But anyway, sorry.
No, I feel you. I feel you.
Ironically, serene.
Yeah, so mine's just to see who has control of Justoria
Yeah.
now that someone's talking for her, telling us not to meddle.
Yeah, creepy. Very creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Do not want. Not good. So that's our goals, and I think with that we're going to open with Grumbar, because obviously we're all dying to know where the hell he is. So
Hi.
Grumbar, from the cutscene reminder, you see yourself appearing in the throne room of King Donar Petrovangius of the dwarves. You see, God, I nearly called her Celeste. Kandir standing and growling. Wonderful Kate Blanchett. She stares at you as we have the same cutscene that basically just plays out from Grumbar's perspective now as he gets volleyed away after Rasira has a big chat with her about how he doesn't really need Grumbar and Ars with him. So if they need to leave, if that would appease her, good, fine, that's okay. So you get volleyed back to the top of the mountain, back in the snow.
Yay.
Because of course you do, because it's a way of her solving a problem, right? Is you not being right in front of her so she doesn't just immediately kill you and or Ars. Because the quickest way to solve her problem is if Ars will leave with the sword, kill you. Just FYI. Right?
Wait, what? Right.
Yeah.
If Arsenal leave with this or kill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Makes sense. It's just how much of the plan of that does the White understand? That's debatable, right? She's not allowed to metagame, right? So, but I feel like there's been enough things that have happened in general and enough things said to her that it's like, don't like that. Especially the entire explanation the other half of your, or let's say the other half, the rest of your party gave the White when it was like, so there's this problem, it's called Arse. It's walking through Forge right now. Killed a lot of people, not so good. Yeah. But yeah, you're on the snowy tops of Mount Forge, or whatever it's called. Probably Mount Forge, that'll do.
I've been set up back there.
Yeah. Obviously your footprints from last time are long gone since it's constant snow.
Yeah, because here is some snow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for playing.
Yep.
You
get $200 though for passing go, so that's something.
Yes. What's that in cadence money?
Nothing.
Oh,
Junk.
I'm gold enough. Right. So we're back up the top. Why is it snowing?
Because you're at the back at the top.
I was like, snow.
Because when I can make it snow, why wouldn't I? Right?
Nice. Dandruff.
Like it.
Yep. God's dandruff. There we go.
Right. So ideally,
God of dandruff called snow. Carry on.
I want to find the Shao.
Yes.
So I know he's not at the Old Kingdom place.
Do you?
Well, yeah, we went there before, remember?
Yep.
Wasn't there?
Hmm. You and
Yeah,
Rasira. Yep. You wandered
Oh.
about. Yep. Hmm.
Yep, and we couldn't find them there.
Correct.
So, next place he could have possibly went would either be to the red, which I don't know how to get to. My old art camp bit,
Hmm.
or one of the hellholes, or very well to the breach. So,
Well, is everybody else at the same part where they're going, oh god, the amount of choices he's got. Well, I
yeah.
just get you a new character sheet now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
so let's go to the old orc encampment, because that's like, the safest bet.
Okay.
See what Aria is typing.
Well, I mean, it's not like you need permission. Nobody's with you. So,
Yeah, no, I just want to know what she has to say.
I mean, we could just have her actually speak on voice chat. That is allowed.
Hmm.
And preferable, actually.
I was just saying, I was like, this is why I knew I'd regret Crumbar having it, because he's just gonna zigzag everywhere. And
True.
we're not gonna know where he is, because he's not gonna leave word. He's not gonna be like,
Well,
yeah, I'm gonna leave word that that's what I'm going, so that my friends know where I
Right.
am.
We could write it in the
Here-
snow.
Yeah, totally. Yes, write it in the snow. It'll be there for another 5 minutes tops.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So here's the plan of great planning.
Yeah.
Gonna go check there at the old art camp. If he's not there, I will come back to Anvil.
Okay.
And then try and get the guards at the Undermarch to send word to Forge.
Okay.
Get word to the party friends that I am waiting. I will be waiting for them at not Zedreka.
Oradak.
Oradak's shop
Okay.
place, Emporium.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a fair bit to go between these two places?
I'm
Just saying.
assuming, yeah, like I know distance-wise, but I'm assuming the dwarfs would have set up some kind of, rapid response communication.
No, I mean
relay.
between Forge and, because I think Oradak was in the other
Anvil.
one.
Yeah.
Anvil. Yes, I was
Ah.
about to say something else with A, but that was not that word. Yeah. So there is a fair bit of travel between those two, right?
There is, yeah.
Yeah, there is, but
Depends on the cave-ins and the drow attacks, yes. Or
If
dark
only we
elves.
had something that would very conveniently help us avoid all.
I know, right? Shame you don't have it. Yeah, we'll work that out. Gonna find a way to maybe even get ours to be like, stay here, and I will come back.
Yeah. So, how's that going to work?
Let's go to the art camp first.
Okay.
We'll work it out from
So, you want to
yeah,
use the eye, focus on that piece of land again, and then...
I think that would be a case of... In fact, right.
Make a call, buddy.
What if I try and... I don't think I'd be... I was going to say, what if I try and force ours through the eye hole portal thing?
Those are phrases. So,
I'll try it.
what do the party think in general about Crumbar's situation?
Ooh.
What do the party think Crumbar would think to do in this situation? Not what you think he should do. What you think Crumbar would think to do.
Interestingly enough, we know for sure he comes back, so it's kind of like no matter what he does, he can't die.
Cool.
But Let's
Because
see.
on one hand, I do want to try and dismantle ours. I don't know why I used that word for it, but yeah.
Okay.
But I really don't think I have the I'm strong enough to.
We have so it's 8 hours, is it?
Yeah, he's got
8
8 hours
hours
to
in
play
game.
with, like minimum of 8, right? It's more like probably 12 by this point, but aye.
Okay, and when he comes back, he's spick and span, or is he like
You've not,
bloodied
you
or
don't,
anything?
you don't know. He's not returned
Okay.
to you guys.
In fact, I've got an idea.
Um,
As I
I'm
said,
going to
the
ask-
reason why we're killing 8 hours, Bastille, because you seem to not be on the same page that everybody else might be. But I am on this page, and you should be too. He has 8 hours to kill to catch him up to the timeline that you are already probably 12 hours into, right? So I'm just giving him that same amount of time to spend. Doesn't mean to say he survives at the end of that. He might die 2 hours into this. But yous don't
Please
have a
don't kill
crumbar
me.
back yet. Yous are in a library without
Yeah.
crumbar 12 hours from now.
okay.
Right? Cool. There we go. We're
Mhm.
clarified. I know, time travel's weird.
We got some sleep in that time as well, though, so it probably won't be that long, right?
Which is why we need to catch him up.
Okay, so
'Cause, yeah, we slept and did stuff.
first thing when you get separated from us, what's your first thing? Do you want to come back to us, or do you want to find somewhere to meet us?
I think finding somewhere to meet you would probably be best. But
Okay.
also,
So he
I
did
really
try
Yeah.
want
that
to get
though,
rid
right?
of
Because it
ours.
was separated. He then went to Anvil to try that, and then was taken by Rasira, who then took him on a wee tour, and then they went back to the White and the White's like, no, not again. Away he goes. So he's kind of done that part. So I feel like he does have the agency. Again, not to speak for you here, Scott, but like Crombar will now know. Okay, going to Forge it isn't smart because if I go there, Arse won't go through the eye, and thus there'll be problems. But you know, just depends. You could always nip into Forge really, really super quickly, try and find the party in that secret library you don't know they're in, and then
right.
right. Do you see what I mean?
You
right?
know what? You know what? Crumbar's going balls to the here. I'm gonna turn to ours and I'll mention that like just look at them and just be like, "You're becoming a problem for me."
How so? And they kind of like look at you blankly. Is this about the
Because of your-
dwarfs again, or the former
Yes.
dwarfs?
And you just kind of see like Crumbar kind of get a wee bit pissed off at that. I'm like, yes, it is. This is your
You're very hung
transgressions
up
against
on the past.
the past decides what our future holds.
Does it? Huh, how interesting. And they kind of look as if they're pondering that.
But yeah, it's like so yeah, like again, angry-eyed Crumbar's like, I need to regain, I need to rejoin with my party. But knowing that if I go back there, you're just going to bloody well follow us in, aren't you?
Blinks and stares at you. Goes, depends. Are you taking the sword?
Of course I am.
And of course I am.
How about we agree to meet somewhere else?
Kind of like cocks their head at the side like they don't understand.
You're not welcome in Forge.
It seems you're not either. And then they kind of gesture around to the snowy mountain.
This is due to your bloody presence. So, how about we
Actually,
agree
it's due
meet
to your bloody
somewhere?
presence. You're the one that took the sword there. And they kind of like do a face like, "Meh," you know.
Um,
Well, think out loud, Scott. Come on.
yeah, I'm like, I need to find a way just to incapacitate this bitch.
Nope. Like, I
Um,
mean, you can, like, if that's your plan, go for it. but don't, like, dead air is dead air.
Yeah.
Think out loud.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's try this. I am just gonna swing this, do a sword swing at her.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we
Rip her
go.
heart out.
Right, so I get some initiative. Yep, here we go. Yep.
We're asleep right now in a strip bar.
The quick gooseberry. Remember the
Got
simple
that.
times?
Oh.
Okay.
Enjoying like the bass of the music.
Bearded lady's comfort.
I need to remember to equip armor.
Well, I'm pretty sure your armor isn't on right now when you swung at her.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
Luckily, it's not too draining to do so. I need to find the Guardian's character sheet though. That would probably help. Where are? There we go. Is this the one? This should be the one. Please be the one. Are you the one? It's the one. Okay, so here we go. Right. Two seconds. Can everybody know, just while I need to go and do a tiny bit of admin, because, you know, Scott decides to take interesting risks, I feel free to discuss amongst yourselves other ways this could have went. And I'll quickly throw something together. So that I don't know if I have like a snowy fucking mountaintop as a map. Like, sadly, due to production limitations, you were teleported to somewhere else. Let's see. I must have something snowy. Let me go check my maps. Snow. I have snow maps. What are these? Okay. This might do. But yes, think out loud, speak in game, don't type or read to each other. That is dead air for me, and I don't like it. Because it's...
Yeah, this feels like something that would have been good if you'd had backup.
I'm scared for you.
Yeah.
it's not
Did you
great.
ever even ask us?
But
to
also-
see where the sword is at any time? No, I didn't think that.
Feels in character.
I mean, yeah, right? That's the way I look at it. I don't see any of this as not in character.
And you might learn what we kind of learned. That
What's that?
she doesn't really care. Like, she didn't attack any of us.
Well,
she just went, oh well.
The
and
thing
just
is, though, is
left.
what I'm wondering, right, is she babbles on about how, dangerous and powerful this sword. Like, oh no, that needs locked away. What if this sword has some kind of,
Ooh.
insta-gib effect on her?
But what if it's a case of like she didn't take action against you because you didn't take action against her? But now she goes, oh well, this is a quicker way to get the sword. Stab.
Yeah. Look, it's just you and her.
I
But
guess
We'd never
we'll
know.
soon
Oh, no.
find out.
You're just going to be like under a pile of snow. And we're just going to be like, do you think you just didn't like us? Maybe it was
There was
us,
opportunity
Serene.
and ran. Yeah, I know.
We've only been here for a day. Oh, God.
Oh, that's a
Doesn't
horrible
like
thought,
us.
isn't it? Don't think that way, guys.
Maybe
Although-
he started another WhatsApp chat.
Oh god, imagine.
New number, who this?
Do you know what's annoying though?
Oh.
Let me fix this. Go to map layer. There we go. Ah dear. This will take a wee bit longer, so talk more.
Okay, keep
the
talking.
reason why it'll take a bit longer is because it's a gridded map, so I need to line it up with the existing grid.
Oh, joy.
It
He's
is
going off the grid.
it is the worst thing ever. But carry on.
Okay. Us.
Yeah.
What do we know about us?
Well,
So,
our
don't worry, guys. I've got a contingency plan.
basically
Okay, good.
didn't hurt her at all.
Yeah,
She's
nothing we
fireproof.
did. But
Fireproof.
also, you weren't there at that point. So, like,
Yeah,
her
you,
whole focus
literally
was...
the first thing, and you were like, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think it'll be interesting to see how she reacts when you're there.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna get a face
Yeah.
to the face.
I mean, that's an interesting interpretation of what's about to happen. Yeah. Okay. I mean, like, here's a better example of what you guys could be doing with this time as well. Is do you want to just place bets? Would
Oh.
that be something you want to do as a party on Crumbar?
Okay. How
Yeah.
do we do this? What, like GP?
So imagine it was how much XP you just want to bet.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna do that because
High
that'd be horrible to do that. Quite
Oh my
frankly.
gosh.
Yeah, that
I
would
bet
be
1 XP.
that would be
Oh.
on
don't worry,
who?
I've got exactly.
Oh dear.
See, I was almost in the car of like she just doesn't react. She just goes,
Yeah,
okay.
sure. Well, okay.
She just does that
Oh.
cool thing where she like just dodges out the way and like nothing touches her. She's just like above
she's being
the whole
a bit
thing.
emotional. I think. I feel like
Or
she
should-
like a bit of sass came out, so I feel like she's about ready to be like, "Fuck this," and take the sword and leave without Crumbar. And
Yeah, like this
I
is
don't
more
think
than my
he'll die.
money's worth.
Yeah.
That's true. The sword is what she cares about.
Yeah, but also, like I really just need her to fuck the hell off. I need to try something.
This is what you went for.
Yeah.
I think she's just gonna be like, "Oh, what are you doing? What's that for?"
Mm.
And then like, well, if you're gonna be like that, and then just one shot, boom, takes it, done.
Oh.
But no, if you
Yeah.
do that, she would already have done that, I suppose.
Unless there's some kind of like
Following him around,
binding
like, if she's that
contract-y.
powerful, why wouldn't she just? I know she's like, "Oh, it's easier to wait for you to die," but is it?
So there
Yeah,
was
exactly.
that was asked like long ago, right? Before you joined us, Kelly, and the answer that Ars gave was, "Oh well, like if it's yours now, that's fine. We'll just wait till you're done with it." And Ars just decided to follow them since. So they didn't need to kill them, like to kill Crumbar. They were happy to wait.
But
Essentially.
they're also now what.
But not without like an insurance
without
policy of
Like, she
following
knows
we're gonna
where it
stare
is
at you.
all the time, and if she says like, "Oh, I don't need it yet, but I just need to kind of know where it is," she
Could you
knows
not-
where it is. Can she not just
Yeah.
like hang out
Write down.
at home and kind of
I owe
Like
you
chill
Yeah.
out, basically.
one
yeah,
sword.
chill out for a bit, and maybe like once a year, just pop up, be like, "Hey, you done with it yet?" No, okay, cool, I'll come back later.
I wonder
What?
if we offer to buy her an apple
Yeah.
farm.
Yeah,
Like
buy her an orchard, and then
Yeah.
she'll be happy.
we'll teach her how to make cider. And then like, yeah, once a year we'll like check in.
Right, so
Yeah, I don't quite understand that. I mean, she knows where the plate is at any given moment.
Yeah.
Like, why does she need to be
Why
with
does she need to
it?
follow us?
thank you very much for
Like
the
Crumbar.
follow, nerdy drunken monkey goblin. Thank you. Right, let's.
Name ever.
It's a great name.
We're gonna move to the new scene.
Oh.
And
Oh.
yeah.
Nice.
Ooh.
It's mountaintop enough, right?
It is definitely yes.
There we go.
I love that there is a random book in a tree in the bottom right.
I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. That's just the Patreon, which is from Dice Grimorium. There we go. If anybody cares about
Oh, right,
that.
is that just that?
Yeah, it's just a credit for the map.
Right.
Right, so turn order, we need that. You've got your token now. It should be the right token, otherwise, oh well.
Okay.
Okay, and so roll your initiative, buddy. If everybody else could just do some kind of, I don't know, some kind of Latin choir backing music, you know, like maybe boss fight music, that'd be great.
Oh. That's all I've got.
There we go. And luckily, the order doesn't even need organized.
Yay.
And it makes perfect sense that they wouldn't act first. So,
We good to get.
yeah, it's your turn, buddy.
So I will move my 10 feet to the near.
I assume you're going to draw your sword.
and- Yep.
Mhm.
And I will just obviously be like, as I'm running, and it's like, why do you have the need to, why do you feel like you need to follow me? And Crumbar is in a bit of pissed mode, so blap.
Mm-hmm. Should
Uh,
have ticky boxes to click as well for that.
yay.
Everybody loves ticky boxes.
Blap. Yeah, that's it.
No, what happens is as soon as you do that, Arse just holds up her hand and is holding a blade that just like materializes as soon as almost like the clang, the sound wave off of your sword hitting off hers, like ripples through, and like their like suited form just like fades away into their kind of armored angel looking form.
Did they have anything to say back to me?
They're just kind of staring at you a bit, and also I'm posting some art in the Discord to remind you what she looks like in that form. Maybe not the crazy glorious red hair though, but definitely the outfit. And they just kind of like stare at you and go, "This will expedite the recovery of the weapon." She narrows her eyes at you, as if questioning your action.
I don't know what the word expedite means.
Speed up.
I'll just reply, and it's like, why do you need to follow me? Get this.
Doing anything else with your actions? We've already had our 6-second dialogue, buddy.
Alright, yeah, one more. Quakla!
It hits.
Guessing she has an AC. Whoopla! Yeah, I'm cool.
2 seconds till I work out everything I need to now work out. Okay, so yeah, you hit. Obviously, as I said, I don't know, she's obviously holding the sword up and just like questioning your actions, and then you swing again and like smack into the side of her. I kind of just look at you. That's your turn, yeah?
Yeah, turned over. Like that.
Okay. You just go, well, if it has to go this way. And then I attack.
Yeah, that is. Even if with armor, that would hit.
It'll be radiant.
Big 22 plus 16, that's math I can't do.
It's more. 38, right?
38?
I think so.
Yeah, 38. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is.
It'll be radiant.
That'll be someone did math 31.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How's Crumbar looking?
2 HP.
Wow.
Yep. So Arse swings the sword, wreathed in white fire, across you just twice, almost effortlessly. As you like kind of almost stagger to like one knee, narratively, but not prone mechanically. Brings like the sword just like under your chin. You can like, there isn't necessarily a heat from the white fire. There is just like a presence from the white fire. And you should be familiar to it. You've got radiant powers, right? So yeah. And they just kind of stare at you through like the openings in the helmet with their kind of glowing white eyes, and they say, "Any last words?" That's their turn.
Oh, you love her. Full stop.
Yeah.
Easy. Easy.
Sorry, so is that your turn? Like
That's her turn. Like she can only do like there's the move she has. Like she can only do 2 melee attacks.
Yeah, no, so I'm saying my turn now. So Right.
Now, I would say you should take a wee player agency pause here. Maybe field some teammate responses.
What I was going to ask is, guys, how much do we want rid of ours?
Or Crumbar.
Uh,
Now, Adri, calm down. I know this might be like a golden opportunity here, no pun intended.
I think this confirms what I was thinking.
Just remember, a Crumbar dies up here, the eye's on the top of a mountain you don't know about.
Right.
I don't think she's going to kill you.
Crombar cannot die.
Yeah, don't die.
I don't.
But I think this gives us
The
good
only thinking of
information
Crombar there.
about
Totally.
Right.
her capabilities.
Yeah, two
Mechanic-
sword swings against your
Yeah.
tank that isn't your actual tank, which is technically Bastiel.
Right. So mechanically, can you use the Eye of Janus in combat?
I mean, it's an action, right?
Yeah. Would it work as an
Get
action
out
to
of
get the
there.
hell out?
Yeah.
So here's the other thing to discuss, though, right? You know she's going to go where you go. And you have 2 health.
I know.
So do you think you can run faster than she can get to you and take an action?
You ready to talk your way out of this problem?
I'm just saying, these are
what were you
things to consider.
thinking? When you started this fight, what were you thinking? What did you want to happen when you started the fight? What did you want to walk away with? Because we knew for sure you were never going to kill her. But what
I
did
didn't know
you
that,
think would
but I
happen?
do know now. Honestly,
Okay.
I was genuinely wondering what.
Do you
was
think
gonna
you could have
happen.
took on an army of dwarfs out of interest?
Maybe been was able to take on an arse.
But one ass.
But one ass, army of dwarves.
Okay. So you just wanted to see if you could. Now we know you can't. So now what? What do you want now?
Right. This is what I'm saying. How much do we want rid of arse?
Don't worry about us. You're alone. You haven't seen her before. Like fight like this. Like, do what do you want to do?
Right. Okay. I'm asking the party though. Do you want arse to do you want me to try and keep arse with the party, or do you just want me to get her to fuck?
Okay, Bastille wants to kill her at all costs and burn the divine arsenal to the ground. That's what Bastille wants.
So
Straight up.
you want? So I'm taking it you want her to stay.
I think Isla's pragmatic, and after what we saw on the bridge, kind of felt like this wasn't going to be a brute force solution. If we want rid of her, we have to be smarter about it.
Okay.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
So keep her for now.
keep her
and
for
figure out a way
you're
to
for
do it.
keeps.
Yeah, for now.
Aria keeps or goes.
I don't think we've got the power to make her get the fuck out properly.
do.
So
Yeah.
I do.
I think.
Oh,
Well,
the
yeah,
eye.
but
We lose the eye forever.
but
No,
that's the thing.
no,
We think we need the eye more than.
I think what Scott needs to start doing is
I don't know. I think you're playing with fire,
he needs
and
to
that's usually my job.
yeah, right. But I think what we need to actually factor in is whatever Scott's actually thinking that he's not telling yous.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Basically, there's 2 options here. I can either try and talk my way out of it, in which case Arse is going to stick with the party, or I just go, here's the sword, fuck off.
Well, that's
you
not
can
that
just
is
give her the
100% not what I
Oh.
thought you were going to do, by the way. But that's fine.
What's sorry?
Indeed.
It's 100% not what I thought you were going to suggest. I'm very pleased that is what you suggested because my plan was way worse. The one I thought you
Oh,
were going to
do
go
tell,
for.
do tell.
I thought you were just going to try and rely on the, kill Magna button.
Eye.
No.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
the
I thought
Orc
too.
King. Yeah.
The power of all
That's
orcs.
hmm
Okay,
Well,
well, what
I
do you
mean,
want the sword
that is
for?
option number 3.
I think
That's option
based on,
Z.
I think what I said should very heavily hint at why it was a bad option.
Yeah. No, because I don't actually think that is a thing.
Okay then. Well, okay.
Ooh.
Why do you want to keep the sword? Let's put it like that. What do you want the sword for?
Simply because it is a badass piece of weapon. Like, what?
Mhm.
No joke. Stat wise, it is fucking epic. Also, it was a gift from Celeste, and
Mhm. Well, then run it through will it help us close the breach? Which of these options helps us more? Does us impose enough of an impediment to stop us? Or is it
And
more
also-
important that we have the sword for when we
And
try and do
also-
this?
Can it be replaced? I feel like it can. If you want it for stats, it can be replaced. If you want it because Celeste gave it to you, I think she just stole it from the arsenal and gave it to you. I don't think she made it. So
Oh god,
Like-
this is where
Ooh,
this is where
shade at
she's go-
Celeste.
this
Yeah.
is where she's gonna come down now and be like, "I'm very
Ooh.
proud of you, Crumbar. Here, have this one instead." I'm like, "No." Then Arceus shows up and it's like, "Yo, I'm here for that one." Right? Okay.
So-
right. Fuck it.
So, the things to consider. You watched Celeste make that in front of you.
Get Celeste to talk to us.
mhm.
Oi, bitch.
Call
what are you
mum.
doing?
Oh dear. Okay, so there's enough varying thoughts. What's your favourite out of all those options, Scott?
Call mom.
Bring out your cell phone.
I'll just ask. And it's like,
Now keep in mind you'll have 6 seconds worth of dialogue, so I wouldn't waste it.
right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will brush
And-
myself off and kind of stand up, just look at her, and like, you know what? Just like, I'm done with you, and I'll just like stick the sword in the ground and just go, in the equivalent of Orcus, just like fucking take it, and I will just walk up, like, kind of turn to walk away, and pull like, that'll be
Sword stuck in the
it.
ground and between you is disengage for super secret safety measures and then walk away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I mean by walking away, just kind of like stepping away from the fight, like,
Mhm.
I'm done.
And I think as you do that, Arth kind of just like cocks their head in their helmet. The sword, the white flaming sword goes down by their side and they kind of stare down at the sword. Go, just like that, huh? You can obviously they have to shout to be heard over the fucking snowstorm that's on the go.
What? I'm like, this, my task goes beyond a mere weapon now, and I'm done with you hindering my progress. I miss my friends.
And Arse puts their hand on the Quill of the Phoenix, pull it out of the ground, and just hold it by their side, and then they kind of shift back into their suited form. And they kind of just have the way somebody would have like a majorette would have the thing under their arm,
Mm-hmm.
So they're holding it by the hilt, the pommel, and they've got the blade just under their arm, and they look at you and they go, "Well, it's been, what's that thing? Fun. That's it. Fun." And you hear the of an apple being crunched. Go, "Here, for the road." And then they throw, the apple at you, with one bite out of it. Do you grab it or do you let it just fall?
Yeah, I'll try and catch it.
Yeah, so you grab the apple. As I say, it's got one bite mark out of it from them. And by the time you look back up, they're gone.
There'll just be like a sigh of relief over my face, and I'll just kind of like look. Look up at the sky, I guess, because it's just like, where else is Celeste gonna live, right? And I'll
Fair.
be like, I'll be like, women, I don't know what kind of lesson you were trying to teach me with that. And I'll just pull out the eye and just think of Anne. No, Anvil's the type. Forge is the
Forge is where
where
they
we're
are.
in it. Forge is yeah, and I'll just think of Forge and like,
Where in
somebody.
Forge?
See the bridge. Oh, yeah, no. Go to Dondrabella's library. I'll think of that.
Okay. Right. So, use the eye.
Mm-hmm.
can get rid of the snow now from the map. 2 seconds.
I was like, oh god, map change, what's happened?
Just back on the splash screen, you know. Let me get rid of the snow though, because we don't have snow anymore. I feel like I'll need to keep it on the GM layer just in case you go back, because I feel like that's, you know.
That's 19% a possibility.
Grumbar builds a house at the end of the game on that mountain.
Oh, fucking hell.
But yeah, so use the eye. You want to go to Dunderbilly's library. Yeah, you think real hard. Big portal, swirliness opens up. Take one last look at the mountain. You walk through, and then, yeah, you walk into a completely dark, empty library.
Okay.
What's the plan?
So there's no guards or anything
Nope.
about.
Nope.
Or any
Place is sealed, remember.
sign. No worries. I am going to take a long rest here.
Yeah, do you want to chill?
Yeah, I'm just gonna like, you know, find like a comfy seat and just be like plan out next things. Well, while I'm like just chilling, I'll just be like having the eye in my hand, just like proper examining it. Just being like, what are your secrets?
Okay, yeah. As you're like, basically, keep in mind, physically you'll be fucked, right? Like, you're definitely like beat the hell up.
Yeah.
2 swings of a sword just
Hence
wrecked
the
you.
long rest. I'm not really in the state to go looking for folk. You know?
Also, thank you, Roll20, for making Arse actually seem as dangerous as I needed her to seem. That was nice of Roll20, because that could have been 2 1s, arguably, and that would have been terrible opening volley. But anyway, so yeah, Grumbar goes to sleep in Dunderbella's library for a nice wee long rest. Right.
That sounds like the start of a Beatles song.
I mean, fair, right? 2 wee seconds. Right, so other party. Let's switch over to you guys now in the future. So, in the secret library, the secret library, we have Rasira standing at the table waiting for everybody to assemble around it. Everybody does so with your, you know, research that you have found, and you see him dump his book on top of the table, and he says, "Unfortunately, we have some bad news." And he just kind of looks at everybody and just stares blankly.
You're leaving?
He looks, he goes, "Leaving? We'll see you soon then." He just stares at you.
Where we headed, Rasira?
"Oh, are you staying for the discussion?" He just stares.
What's your news? I'm on the edge of my seat.
Well, there's plenty of room. Everybody shuffle up, you know. And then he looks and goes, "It seems the dwarfs know nothing about the Rod of Pa."
Right.
And he sits down.
And then?
Yes, I feel that's sort of what we've found as well. This is a very dwarf-specific library, which, while useful, maybe doesn't lend itself exactly to what we were looking for.
Yes, quite so. Perhaps we need to go somewhere else.
Well, before we do, can we think of anything? Maybe the astral hammer is what we should look about here, because that is more related to the dwarves. More likely to have information.
I wouldn't say that's a priority, given that it's about 2 hours that way, and he points just at the door.
Well, yes, but if we're here, any information of what it's been used to forge before, if there's any link to how it links items which don't really feel like they should go together into an artifact. Just throwing ideas out.
Kind of looks at you, puzzled, He goes, ah, I won't stand in the way of that particular research project at all. No, not of course. However, if we wanted any direct information, we could just ask its owner, who was there at its giving. The Winter Queen, I mean.
Hyla will kind of like grimace slightly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure she wants to talk to us right now.
She seemed perfectly reasonable once I explained. Oh, your transgressions.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He looks at the quickly.
Yes.
Yes, perhaps it's best I speak to her alone.
Absolutely. That
Oh.
sounds like a great use of time.
Yes. What did you all discover? Anything that expedites your quest? I'm going to keep using it until Scott learns it.
Well, I think me and Serene found very much the same. Very little info about any prophecy related to this artifact.
Yeah, there's not much here. I think you're right. It's too dwarfy here. Is that a word, dwarfy?
I think Rasira just like pats the back of your hand gently and just nods.
I need me one of your fancy wizard components.
And he kind
What
of
was
looks and goes, What exactly do you require? Maybe the
A
dwarves will
fire
have it.
elemental.
They're not quite so common, you see. They are unpredictable. Yes. Whatever for?
Predictable. Well, apparently, a fire elemental forming a bond is a fantastic way to gain immunity to fire.
Kind of like scratches his chin a bit and goes, How does this help us seal the breach?
I seek an audience with the Red Dragon.
How does this help us seal the breach?
We'll tell you after.
He kind of like raises an eyebrow. Are we not allies?
Well, I don't know.
It just looks like as if someone's just told him up is down. And he's like, okay.
Dude, amazing.
And he looks over at
Oh, fuck.
like Arya and Isla and Serene, and then says, Perhaps it's best we spoke individually about the research projects. Yes. Thank you both for your efforts, he says to Isla and Serene. Arya Bluebird, if you may. And he motions to like leave the table with him.
Okay. Yeah, I will go towards him.
Yeah. Clearly, it's just out of
I've
your
had
shot.
good results on my research now, have I? I think I remember rolling
Nobody really
very
did that
badly.
well, to be fair, on the research.
No. We rolled really badly.
Mhm.
It was quite awful, to be honest.
So he once you're like far enough away, he then goes, It seems like I'm not exactly welcome in this coterie of colleagues, but perhaps you will speak on behalf of myself to the others about the efficiency of this alliance. He looks at you, expecting everything to just make sense.
Arya just nods. She doesn't say yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, perhaps, yes. Might be an idea. Well, what happens is, as you, I'm sure, understand, some of us also have our own way of doing things and our own thoughts on how things should be sorted best. So, of course, there will be aspects that are not, well, everybody's business. So it's like you were perhaps trying to pry into something that was a bit personal. But I am.
He looks at you very
Well,
puzzled, right? And he's like, I just don't think I did, quite frankly. Also, we're getting music coming through, Arya. Stop that, please, whatever it is.
Yes, you are. Sorry. Yes. So, what happened?
Copyright strikes flying at me all left, right, and centre.
Oh no! It's just the end, guys. No, it's not me playing something. That's some music. It just happens to be in the room. Don't worry. You're not gonna get struck by copyright stuff.
It's okay. Stay on target. Stay in
Don't
the
worry.
scene.
Okay. Cool. No. So what Arya was saying is that well that's what happens when everybody has things that they want to
I
achieve
can
on the
still
way
hear
as
it.
well.
FYI.
And that is
Nope.
definitely
Can still hear the
something
music,
that
Arya.
some of us would want to look more into at times, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's
Nope,
some
I
sort
can
of
still hear it. You need to
direct
sort that out.
clue.
Yep, there's
It's
still
a
music
person
coming
playing
through.
the guitar.
Okay, so where are you
You're
right now?
not going to get any copyright issue.
It doesn't matter, I can still hear music on the stream.
Second then. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So what I was saying is that yes, you don't have to take it personally if people have areas of research that are also well a bit private and a bit outside of the overall goal. After all, I'm sure you've also had moments when you had some sort of individual study that was a bit against your a bit outside of your usual studies, a bit outside of the things you are
He looks
supposed to
almost
be
insulted when you say that. He looks quite taken aback and he says, I don't know what you're implying, Miss Bluebird. Nor the implications now about my past or my conduct here. I have merely tried to keep us on point and focused on the task at hand. It seems, for the good of the realm itself, that we seal this breach, and your colleagues seem very interested in anything but progressing with this task. And in fact, almost it seems like you don't want my help.
No, help is welcome. It's
Just not
only
mine.
that is not what I said. All I mean is that while we are doing research and trying our best to get this sorted as well, yes, sometimes there are opportunities to learn things about what we personally wanted to learn as people. So of course there'd be a bit of curiosity about other things as well. Doesn't mean we're not dedicated towards the goal. I'm sorry if that has made you feel somehow unwelcome. I'm sure it was nobody's intention to do so. It's just a matter of being in a place where we don't often have the opportunity to be. And I'm sure you realize this library does not get seen by, well, dwarfs often, let alone non-dwarfs' eyes. So it is.
Precisely why we should make the most of the time we have while we're here instead of wasting time arguing about who should or should not be helping or present. You had exhales very loud,
Right, yes. We will make sure to all make the most of our time here.
and kind of looks at you and goes, well, what did you find?
I'll just relate to him that I was like, well, not much. It does seem that the information that we have here is quite well, slightly restricted. I do want to look into this a bit more to see if we can well, I don't know. I am very much of the opinion that if we found out who and what Mistress of the Flame is, we could get them on our side, that would be very helpful in keeping things in while we um seal the breach. That would be something that would be extremely good because it would help us get our people out of there, our fighters, our paladins out of there, as well as keep these demons in while the powerful magics that close the breach are being summoned.
You know, it goes, my worry
Sorry,
there
I
would be
just don't
that,
really know the
yeah,
word.
conjured, I guess, is a good enough word. Summoned's good enough. And he goes, my worry though would be that if we do try and seek out this mistress of the flame entity in whatever form it takes, it perhaps may become an impediment to our progress instead of an ally, which means we would be seeking out further roadblocks, as it were.
Still a path that's worth considering.
Yes,
At the
I
very
think we should
least.
definitely threat
We
assess
might
that
find that
path.
there's somebody that is benevolent. They might just be very powerful, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're evil, right?
Do you believe that we would be incapable of sealing this abyssal breach without their help?
I have long since learned not to make any assessments of anybody's capabilities, so I will not cause anybody the insult of deciding either way.
Gives you a funny look, like that's like a foreign concept to him, the idea of not judging, right? And he looks at it and goes, I think we'll agree to disagree on that particular aspect of what is useful and what is not. I think quantifying people's capabilities is incredibly useful, especially if we are tasked with something that seems potentially dangerous and, in my opinion,
Arya
surmountable.
nods like that person that doesn't pay attention, she just nods like a quick.
And he goes, well, in that case, then I think you best retask everyone with making the most of the time we are allowed in this limited place. He nods.
Yes, that is an idea. And, for example, what would you like me to be looking on then? If that is not, as obviously we've not been very successful in this particular bit.
What would be your next lead be then?
Well, we already are struggling in some respects because one of the things needed would be Black Fang Spear, and we're not exactly sure what's going on there. So I'm very curious about the notion of time travel.
He brings up his big
Because
parchment sheet.
I have seen him as older.
So he brings up his parchment
So-
sheet and he says to you, yes, this Black Fang Spear, this Eremos child.
Well, no longer a child last time we saw him, and a lot more dangerous. So I'm not really sure if he is the.
He gives you a look
Black
and he
Hound.
raises an eyebrow and goes, children can be dangerous. Like very
Well-
matter of factly, like he's clearly experienced this in the past.
Yes, I'm sure they are. In this particular situation, though, the biggest danger was the fact that he would just spill ink everywhere when we first met.
He looks horrified
Not
when you say this.
stabbing people.
He
Well,
looks
yes.
absolutely horrified and he goes, why would they do this? Little creatures of chaos, they are.
Exactly, chaos, not.
Why are their hands so
Malfeasance.
sticky?
Oh, I don't even want. We were quite lucky though. He was about 10 when we met him, so no such thing as stickiness. Just a bit too obsessed with inks and colored inks and writing. But either way, the thing is he the Black Fang Spear, or does he wield the Black Fang Spear? And how come is he suddenly much older? That is something that is quite odd, because if this is a matter of time travel, then this changes things quite a fair bit.
He brings up
Because-
another piece of parchment and goes, well, according to this, the priorities I do not have, quite frankly, would be the Black Fang Spear and this Astral Hammer, because from what your companion, Mr. Denevik, says, the Black Fang Spear is in Magna's possession. You know, my patron, the Wizard King. And then points goes, and the Astral Hammer was offered to you and your colleagues freely by the Winter Queen. Thus, we do not waste time on the items we have quantified.
So you find absolutely no reason to worry about this person popping out suddenly and being able to attack.
If they are capable of what you say they are, and
Seemingly untouchable.
I hold no doubt to your words nor what you believe, but I would argue that if they are able to do what you claim they are able to do, there is little we will do to stop that happening if it is indeed going to.
That is indeed a point.
And more likely, the more time we waste here. Yes?
Hmm. Yes.
Perhaps they will
Arya
stop
just
these
nods a lot.
attacks once they are part of this artifact.
In that case, it would have made sense for him to be one of the first artifacts to join, to be granted to us. But I do know that your patron, the Wizard King, and I'm kind of like giving like the sort of like
Yeah.
bastardized version of
Mhm.
that stupid wink he does, you know, like
He winks
like somebody
back.
that doesn't know how to blink, but you know how to wink, but she totally does. She's just
Yeah, he'll wink back, just completely genuinely missing your sarcasm.
um surely if that is the case, then surely that should have been one of the first items to be, well, essentially added in the quote unquote pot.
Not if you
Um,
say it has this ability to wander where it is not wanted and to kill who it should not be killing.
well, it doesn't look like it's been stopped much either way. So changing something might make a change overall.
He looks like he's struggling towards something, right? Like he's got his brow furrowed up and stuff, and then he looks and he goes, Miss Bluebird, if you were in fact a sentient bloodthirsty spear, for example. And he pauses there to let that sink in. Sentient bloodthirsty spear. Would you sit in a pot?
Arya's trying very hard not to say that she is a sentient, bloodthirsty ball of fire person, but hey. um, she'll say, well, I'm not exactly. I wouldn't want to make assumptions of what a sentient spear would or would not want. For all we know, it might just
Precisely. You'd be gallivanting all over the kingdom, stabbing who you liked. It would be chaos.
Yes, gallivanting on legs it does not have. I know.
And yet, you claim it has travelled to many locations. He brings up all the parchments that have Crumbar's testaments.
Arya suddenly wants to strangle Crumbar.
Suddenly.
Yeah, what
Like,
the fuck?
I don't think it's suddenly.
I was
that's
gonna
it.
just say that suddenly. What?
You know, the urge is sudden, you know, like when you
Yeah.
have a bad hip and then you
Blind
make a
rage.
weird movement and then suddenly it just reminds you just how messed that hip is.
My
It's
favourite
that,
part
you
of this
know,
is the fact that when you went
it's
to
always
sleep
a
in
bit
that
messed
pub,
up.
he's asleep in that library you couldn't get into. That's my favourite part of this now.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
But yeah, no, like you're always aware that your hip is messed up, but sometimes you do something that just reminds you just how messed up it is, you know.
So I
That's
think
what,
with like
that's
that
what it
statement
is.
and that realization that he's trying to point out both how difficult and pointless that is pursuing, and also how ridiculous it sounds in the first place, which is why obviously maybe people like Magna don't take it seriously. Which is why I said impossible to you guys. He's pointing that out because he's trying to play the line of he doesn't want to alienate you as a team that he needs to work with, and he doesn't want to go against what his boss clearly has a position on.
Yeah.
So he's in that middle ground of I just want to fix the
Yeah.
problem I've been I've been tasked with. I need to solve that.
Yeah.
If solving that involves accepting yous believe this, sure. Then this bloodthirsty sentient spear got up and walked out of its pot. But does that make sense to me? No, it doesn't need to, because Magna says he has it, so we're fine until he can't produce it. So while he's trying to like have these complex thoughts, he says to you, we should perhaps discuss this as a teamwork, togetherness, forging ahead, as it were, in the correct location. And he kind of chuckles to himself at that.
Arya just nods and kind of like, you know, is quite obviously thinking, well, you're the one who wanted to speak separately, you know, like she nods, but she's like, yeah, that's.
Yeah, but the reason why I said that is because Bastiel was giving him shit. That's why I said that.
I know. But
he's like, can you stop your friend bullying me?
Fix this? I know. Assuming that Arya's just gonna fix this, given that
Hey, I mean, take it as a compliment. He clearly sees you as the leader.
I know.
This guy.
But
Uh,
Watch.
Arya is definitely going to say, well, we do need to figure out what this artifact to make. We know what we need to do with it, but we need to figure out exactly how it is to be used. So if we could learn something about these types of artifacts that have these sort of like massive magic powers, and that would be a good starting point as well.
this is precisely why I was tasked to the group. It is my area of expertise. Infusing magic into items.
Oh.
Mm.
I mean, they learned this
I mean,
last week, Scott. And you probably missed it, though.
I might have.
Do you
but
happen to have any colleagues that can track down items?
Kind of looks at it and goes,
Like specific powerful items to find out where they are? Because I think that might be helpful. Because one of the things would be figuring out where the other items, some of the other things would be.
well, aren't we only... We are only missing the one currently, are we not?
Yes. So if we could find out if either you or your friends could track down such an item, then that would be a good thing. So do you think there would be any books here about, locating items of great magical power?
Kind of like nods, and he goes, perhaps you should use that time wisely and find the answer out. And he nods and goes, this is a good task. Take any of the others to assist you if need be, but we should still search for anything we need to while we have access to this room. I feel, as you do, that we may not be welcome again.
Yes, it is possible that some of us may not be welcome again. Yes.
Okay, and then
Ooh.
his head back to the table with that.
No, Arya knows she's dwarf royalty, not royalty, nobility.
Mhm.
Says, I would like to hope that due to services previously rendered, somewhere I can return to. But yes, I understand where you're coming from.
Best not to take the risk with the time we have at the moment. Make use of what we have now, and then if we do require your good name in the future, then perhaps we may have to cash in that as well. But for now, we are in. He kind of nods and, emphatically. And he motions to the table to basically tell you, he's basically kind of subtly telling you with body language, go get your team's shit in order.
Okay, just to double check, because I totally forgot, like, obviously outside of character and all. What was, like, what have we been particularly bad at finding out? Because I know we've learned, but
I
particularly bad at finding out, so that I could maybe go and look at that as well.
I kind of felt as well that, because I know you want to talk to Patravandus, that we maybe needed at least another round of research so we could all be doing things. So you could, like...
Well, why don't you have this in character at the table, right? It'd be a good thing to have actually in character at the table when you decide what you have and haven't learned, funnily enough.
If Razira goes to talk to Arya, Bastiel's kind of written him off already. He wants to leave. He wants to go and look into something else. Research something else.
Where and what?
Or
what and where? It's probably more important.
Is Dondrabella still in the archive?
Yeah, both her and the king are still in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go up to them.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Just have a chat. Quick.
I think as you approach, you just hear him kind of like cough out a couple of times as he's... Oh, no, somebody that hasn't spoken about him doesn't realise their voice is gone. Coughs a bit and then goes, Brewblade! How can I help?
Oh, you read my mind. I was wondering if maybe this magnificent place had a word on him. I've never met him myself.
I think like the king and Dunderbella like share a look and look at you and go, "We thought you knew."
Beg your pardon?
Is that Shan begging my pardon, or is that Bastiel?
Oh, it's Bastia.
And then like Dunderbella goes, "Sit down, lad," and then like pulls a chair over.
Oh, right. Sit down. Hands on my lap like I'm about to get a haircut.
Yeah, like very formally because it's weird that Bastiel would just sit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dunderbella looks at Donnar and he kind of just nods at her, and then she just stares with the big eyes, being like, "Well," and then he goes, reaches into like his kingly robes and pulls out the flask he pulled from her office, and just sits it in front of you on the table or the desk that they're at. It's obviously like, you know, a hip flask. He's offering you a drink.
Oh, wow. Right. Of course. Some kind of potion.
Aye, Dunderbella says. A potion.
I hold it with both hands.
Mm-hmm. And Dunderbella just like puts her hand underneath it and just like goes to like gently lift it up to like your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Does it move, or are you just holding it in place?
Yeah. I open my mouth. I assume it's just going to fall through like a skeleton eating crackers.
Well, I mean, it goes into whatever liquid repository you have inside you, apparently.
Okay, yeah.
And
Another
or just
small
hisses
flask.
off of the source, right? I don't know. You hear yeah. And,
yeah, that's exactly what happens.
And there's just this smell of like burnt alcohol in the air between you all now. And then she goes, Ripley died a few years back, unfortunately. And then Donna goes, a few? More like 20 or so. Well, aye, a few. She just quickly clears her throat. And they kind of look at you and go, we thought you knew. Mind you, I don't know why we thought you knew.
Right.
Dunderbell just looks at you like, you know, one hand on your hand, you know, other hand taking the flask off you again, just sitting it on the desk, and then just like, you know, just being comforting, right? Just being there.
Yeah. Bastiel's kind of on the fence because he doesn't know if Brewblade was an evil guy after reading about the elementals and kind of the nature of what he is. He doesn't know if Brewblade was actually like a bad, evil bastard or anything. So,
but it does maybe shed light on why you were like shelved, right? If that was his worry that something that he didn't plan got into you, then
yeah,
it makes perfect sense why, you know, he'd have shelved you.
Well, yeah, I'll say, what did him in? What got him?
And Dunderella just says, just age, I think. He's just old. You know, sadly that happens to folks like us. No offence.
Glorious. Kind of mutters to himself. Well, what of his workshop? Maybe he knew something that we don't about our gold. He was a smart man. Take it.
And I look at you and go, I mean, go visit it if you want, but isn't that where you came from? Kind of like raises an eyebrow. And yeah, just for a flashback for Bastiel's purposes. Remember, you were in the workshop, you remember?
Oh, I didn't know there was only one. Right.
So you were in his workshop, you were basically like, you know, in the super secret cellar of projects that should never see the light of day because, oh god, what did I build? Yeah.
You were his Pinocchio, basically.
Yeah, that's a nicer way of putting it, yeah. And mostly just, so, to give people some context for what Bastiel knows, but you obviously don't. Bastiel was built, as we've said before, as basically a rescue bot to go into all the tunnels in the Undermarch to help save dwarfs during the big Drow Dwarf War 100 years ago. And then when he was built, he came to life without the battery that Brewblade had built to put into him. And that made Brewblade freak the fuck out. Thus the locking of Bastiel up, and why Bastiel was out of the world for about 100 years. And then chilled with Ordak to read loads of history books to try and catch himself up on the stuff he missed, to help guide the party. But yeah, so you woke up in that workshop, you grabbed the bag of reagents, remember? The 3 diamonds, and then, bailed. So there's a chance there's something there still. Yes, because I don't imagine you'd have spent loads of time checking it out if your, new gods turned up and was like, yo boy, let's go meet some new friends.
Yeah.
So that is an option you could explore, but you'd know where that is, right?
Right.
You could just go there. Obviously, Dunderbell is like, no, we can go there if you want. Basically, being the grandmother that she is, right, and looking out for you and be like, I'll come with you,
I take it it's been cleaned out by now. Is there anything left?
I think her and like Donner surely can go. I know it's his property. I mean, arguably it's yours now. Dwarf is going to be a wee bit scratchy on this, of course, but I mean, you're walking and talking, so you're as good a son as anything.
Wow. I'm going to spring upwards and turn around, and I'm going to clap twice as loud as I can. I'll say, how long have we got?
To who?
Everyone. Shout into the room.
We're on a timer.
How long do you need?
I think Rasira just casually says, just until the demons overrun the world.
Yes, that's a good endpoint.
Ken nods gravely.
I have an idea.
Oh, well, I definitely have a few more things I'd like to look at, so you've got some time.
Be right back.
Oh,
Where are you going?
I think Rasira says in Dwarven, like, good luck on your dig.
Wow.
As in, the Dwarven phrase that is, good luck. But it would be good luck on your dig. It's like, may you uncover the shiniest of gems. Whatever the phrase would be for that.
May you find the shit you seek.
Oh, it feels like dwarf racism, like all we do is dig.
No.
Okay.
No, it's like an idiom, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? That is, no,
Okay.
platitude, I guess. Yeah, one of those.
I know of one more workshop. Someone like Orodak. I'm just going to take a look and see if it has anything we can use.
Rasira just turns to, I guess Serene's probably closest to him. He goes, who's Orodak?
Right.
I'm not entirely sure. They mentioned him, and he lives in Anvil. That's what I know about him.
Kind of nods. Probably best.
Oh, so Orodak isn't like world famous.
No.
From a forest. I know nothing.
Yeah, that too.
But
All right, world famous. I mean, like, I think he'd be pretty popular, like, well known around Anvil and stuff. Though.
Oh, just local
that
celebrity.
Rasira doesn't know about
Yeah,
him.
It just means Rasira clearly hasn't been to Anvil, right? Like, he clearly hasn't been there. So,
Okay.
So Bastiel, you head off from the library. Do you let Dunderbella go with you, or just bail?
Yeah, ideally kind of escort arm, like arm hook.
Yeah, and then she's doing the kind of gesturing, like patting you, making sure you're okay, and then she just does that thing where as you walk a couple of steps away, unhooks from you, runs back, takes the flask, puts it in her pocket, and then hooks back up and carries on walking, and just draws Donna a dirty look. As he'd like half reached for it as she was walking away. And so he's head off. Right, so Isla, Serene, and Arya, who's still in the room. What's the plan?
well, Arya, you said that this library was specifically secret because it contains knowledge of the abyss. It's like there was books in Abyssal. Was that? That's what I remember. Is that correct?
Well, there were a lot of books here that been looked
Like forbidden.
to Yes. Interest. Thing is,
Mhm.
I was thinking if we can somehow find a way to maybe locate either powerful magic items, because obviously that would guide us towards the Rod of Power, towards powerful beings, because that would help us figure out where the Great Gold Worm is. That would be
Mhm.
incredibly helpful. But I have no idea how to even start looking for these sort of things.
Okay.
And of course, we still don't know that much about the Eye of Janus and what it can do. Quite sure it's not just the teleportation. I've not managed to find much of it at all. And well, just out of
Um.
curiosity, Resira is still in hearing
These are at the
like,
table. Yeah.
Mhm.
around the table. Okay, fine. I was
Right.
looking into other things as well. I was curious about, well, finding out more this notion that we stumbled. I don't think anything is accidental. The fact that we'd heard of Mistress of the Flame, and Rasir here says that there's a chance that they might be able to, at least to some extent, control demons that plague the abyss. That might finding out a bit about them might be a way to perhaps gain another ally. So if we happen to stumble upon anything of that sort, that might be good information to store as well. I don't know. What else do you think we should be looking into more detail?
Well, my thought was that what we've maybe been doing is looking at areas that are not suited to this library. Whereas if we know there is maybe at least the information the dwarves have on the abyss, the more information we know about that, maybe that will lead to other beings, such as the Mistress of Flame. And the more information we have about them, it maybe gives us a back route into finding out about her or them. So if we think that's maybe more what could be here, that could be worth at least a look to see if it throws up anything that gives us a direction to go next.
Yes.
Because I have to admit, while I know of the abyss, an abyssal breach is definitely a newer construct.
Yes, indeed.
So, and at least I'm not aware of it happening before, but that doesn't mean there haven't been similar things. Like Serene, I know your hellhole issue we think is connected but different. We could look for evidence of them in the past.
Hellhole issue, Rasira says abruptly into that conversation.
Yeah, one of the hellholes is fairly near my home.
Where is your home?
And the Cairn Woods.
Oh, I've never
You
been.
know it?
I know of it, yes. Yes.
It's very nice. Well, it was a lot nicer. But I think, well, from what we found out so far, it seems that the hellhole is kind of sucking the magic from my home, and everyone's kind of lost most of their magic, if not all of it. I've kind of got the most left, which is why I was the one that kind of left to find out what's going on.
He like pats the back of your hand and like nods and like almost like he's upset. And he goes, "That's awful news. Imagine being the only one left as your, forest's essential life force drains away. Oh, unthinkable. You must close these quickly." Nods at you like severely.
I agree. Yeah, I that's kind of why I'm here.
One moment then, and he like goes into his robes and pulls out a dagger and hands it to you. He just pats your hand again, and he puts it into your hand. Just nods.
What's this?
A gift. Here you go.
Mm,
What does it do? Is it special?
Ah, well, I'm no expert, but you hold this end and he puts your hand on the grip. He goes, and then anyone who
Fuck's sake.
threatens you, you put them
No, but
this side in.
so it's not a magic dagger. I thought you.
Oh, it's quite
you were like,
enchanted,
"Ah,
my dear.
This is what does it do?
Ask him if he can close the hellhole.
Can it
'cause I'm
close
sure
hellhole?
that's what it can do.
How would it be able to do this? He looks at you like, what?
Talking about closing hellholes, and you gave me
This
a
is-
dagger that said, "Oh, here we go."
This is in case we cannot close them and we have to. What if things come out to stop you?
Oh, you think this is for stabbing things that come out of the hellholes, not
He
for
looks awkward now, right?
closing the hellhole.
Like, if it's not up to your
No,
standards, my
it's
dear.
not that. It's
that
just
is-
I got confused. It's easy for me to do. I'm very smart. So.
He leans in and just taps the tip of the dagger again carefully and goes, this end to them.
Thank you.
He nods.
Patronising me again.
But to
Yeah,
be fair,
okay.
he clearly
What a funny
misunderstood the part where you were like, what does it do? How does it work? And he didn't
I
get
know
the
how
is
a
it?
dagger works.
While they're talking this, is there any chance Arya could maybe sneak a little bit away from the round table thing, or
I mean, at any point you could
they
just say,
just
I'm going to go
block
research this and
themselves?
walk away, right? Like,
Yeah, that might be a thing.
you're not bound to the table in any way.
Yeah, I think I will try to say I'm going to go research this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you
God,
just say the word
I-
this?
How do I?
You could easily just say, I think I'll go look up what we were speaking about, because you and Risira did talk about researching something very specific.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm thinking of sneaking out and go into that
From where you are,
underground.
that would be difficult, but if everybody's off researching,
Okay, fine.
then you could sneak out, right? Because everybody would be in the shelving area.
Mm-hmm. But Petrovanges is here with us, so
Yeah.
I'll need to choose what I do.
You can do
Well,
one and then the other.
I'm gonna go
I was
look into
gonna-
this some more. Is Petrovanges at the round table, or maybe somewhere off to
No,
the
he's
side?
he's away. Like, so see if you imagine this room like, say, a portrait-shaped rectangle, right? And then the big double doors that weren't really a door in the first place are at the top of it, right?
Mhm.
The center of the room, there's this massive, like, brass basin in the floor, where it does look like a big massive flame, would be, which there is now currently a big massive flame, because the room's in use, and that lights up the entire place. Then there's shelves that just come out from the walls, and there's a second floor up, and halfway in the room there's staircases that go up to the second floor, from the and they face the big fire in the middle. So you'd go up either side to the second floor, kind of almost balcony type landing area, and underneath, at the left or right, whatever, it doesn't really matter, but near the entranceway there's a set of desks and stuff that Petrovanges was just deposited at by Don Drabella.
Okay. And our round table.
Your table is just in
Is
the
it
middle. There's a whole bunch of tables in the middle for people that would be studying, if you will.
So I could go towards where Petrovanges is, because there'd still be shelves and books and stuff there as well.
It'd just be far enough away if you want to go speak, yeah.
Okay.
So long as somebody's engaging Rasira in conversation, which Serene currently was, right? So you could easily just.
Yep. Yeah, because the plan is to go straight to Petrovanges.
As you approach, then he just goes, "Ah, noble bluebird." And he coughs a bit into his robes.
I'll do a very I don't know, not majestic, 'cause obviously she's not very trained at this, but I'll do my best notion of a courtesy,
Yeah.
Oh,
and I'll say, I've been hoping to catch you alone, and I was wondering.
He kind of just coughs because I'm a bit old for something improper, noble bluebird. He chuckles to himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
She'll say something like, God, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this. So I'm both stroking his ego, but also not like.
Don't worry, he's
really
probably currently
implying it.
dying coughing right at the moment because of
Yeah.
that cost him way too much than laughing at that joke. So
Yes, I'll laugh along and say, well, first of all, I was higher, maybe so bold as to do so. I was wondering where about your health. I was
Yeah.
wondering
as he's
if
like
there's
choking to try and
any
like
chance I
get
might
control of
be able
himself.
to help you if I had idea of what's plaguing you right now.
He goes,
It
I
was
wish I
the
knew, he says, like through the coughing and like the bloodshot eyes of having just went through a coughing fit. And he looks at it and he goes, you have done a lot for Forge. And he kind of like puts his hand halfway across the table and then kind of like thinks better of stretching. And then pulls his hand back and says, I appreciate the efforts that you and your friends have done for Forge. Perhaps not recent events, of course, but sadly the toll is still due. And then he kind of like gives you a look, you know, almost somewhere between severe and helpless, right? Just
lesson.
stares up at you. Goes, it seems the time I was given back is limited.
I was wondering if your healers.
He just immediately goes, pah, useless, all of them.
Oh,
Paz
she's
ears are
gonna offer
burning
it
up in
anyway.
Godland, wherever
She's
that
gonna
is.
Yeah, I was
offer
thinking
anyway,
that.
right? She's gonna say, well, if you think it would help, I could try to assist. I've been practicing and I've become better at some more advanced magics, and I could try to there is one that would, well, it's supposed to restore people, it's supposed to make them feel a lot better. If you wish, I would be more to try this and see if it would help you in any way.
He goes, I'm not exactly in a position to be turning away help, noble bluebird.
Free healthcare, yay.
Yeah.
And he looks at it and he goes,
Marius,
I would worry, in case anything you are able to do may transfer itself from me to you. So I would advise caution. I would not take your health at the expense. I would not fix my health at the expense of yours.
fuck it, Arya's gonna risk it for a biscuit.
Yeah.
Yay!
Fucking biscuit.
I'm adopting expressions that are not mine.
Do it, do it.
She's gonna do greater restoration on him. Yeah, you're saying shut up. She's going to use.
That's right, background man.
Yes, background man.
God.
Yeah, she's still got a diamond worth 300, so she can use part of it.
Can I paste in greater for me then, and we'll do the
Yeah.
thing. We'll get it did.
Yes. So paste it.
Woohoo.
Yes. So it's diamond dust worth 100 GP. So she's got diamond worth 300. So
Okay.
it's that they would
How?
be okay with us kind of like splitting things up, such as.
Nope. Definitely remember saying to Bastille you would need the dust.
Oh.
Yep.
Could I get?
I mean, your
stuff from me,
Bastille
or-
isn't there, right? But you are staring at the dwarf king. I'll just let that
Yes,
hang there.
okay.
If you need
Okay.
diamond dust,
Dust,
he
please.
probably has
Yeah.
it.
Might have some, yeah, just in his pocket, like
Well,
Lynn.
I'm wanting to help him, but obviously I'm not making any assumptions. So I'll say the only problem is this is a diamond, and I need diamond dust. I'm assuming somebody here would have the ways to make this into dust?
Now, as much as the coolest scene here would be for him just to take it from you and just smash it onto the
Crush
table,
it.
right? Just
With
smash
what
it.
I know is
In his
very
hand.
He is
right now.
maybe like 50 years ago for this guy, that would have been a possibility.
Oh, bless him.
But at this point, he just says, "Can I see that, please?" He puts his hand out for the diamond.
So
You hand it over, or do you keep it?
yeah. I'll
No, it's mine.
of
Fuck
course.
you, king.
See with your eyes,
Wow.
not with your hands,
Yeah.
bitch.
And then,
Come on, no, I'll.
so he
I've
takes
already
that.
marked it as I don't have it anymore, but yeah.
He sits it on the big stone table, and then he says, "It's best you maybe stand a little back. And do you have any chalk on you?"
I don't know if I do actually. I think so.
Do you have anything you could write with?
Yeah, she definitely would have stuff to write with. Yeah.
I mean, because
She's got quiver. No, quiver. That's where
Um,
thingies go.
Can you druid craft something?
Book. She's got from the tinderbox torch. Technically, in the tinderbox, you'll have charcoal, right?
yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Something.
Good
So
enough,
they did
right?
that.
You hand that to him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he motions for you to take like a good couple of steps back.
Oh yeah, I will.
And he puts both of his hands on the table and just like heaves himself out of the chair with a lot of effort. And he
Goodness, I feel bad now.
he sits and then
Monster.
pushes the chair away, and then just like uses the chair that he's pushed away from the table to like almost like get himself down on like a knee, and he starts doodling on the floor. He just starts muttering something, and then just a big flash of kind of like white light, like from behind the table, almost like, you know, an old magnesium flash has gone off. And then he just like leans back up, and he lifts up his hammer, and he just swings. And remember, his hammer's quite chunky, right? It was like basically the height of him. And he just swings it and just smashes it straight down on the diamond.
Like, okay. Well, that's me with 300 gold dust now.
Yeah,
Diamond dust
exactly.
now, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
So I will.
And he kind of like just like
Sure,
thumps the
to
hammer down to
down
the side, and he just
200.
so he thumps the hammer down to the like the side of the table, and he just like collapses back in the chair like that was him for the day, you know.
Bless him. Yeah. So I will use 100 of
Mhm.
that. 300.
Yeah, feel free to scoop up the other 200 into a baggie.
Yeah. I mean, this is Daria we're talking about. She's got many baggies made of like feathers, skins, and various animals that she skins throughout the years. Like, she has no shortage of little baggies.
Eggies.
And,
Yeah, so she'll then, like, with that, like, with the rest of it, with the 100 GP diamond in her hand, she's gonna like hold it in one hand and move her other hand above it, and like as she's doing that, she just kind of takes Pedro Vange's hand into both hers, and she'll just be muttering something in Elvish, and hopefully that will be her casting Greater Restoration
yeah.
to maybe help him feel.
What does
a
it
bit
look like when you cast this? What is it? What's the visuals?
I would like to think that the in her hands it kind of looks like red sort of energy, almost like there's a flame in her hand, but
Mhm.
it's not hot. You know, it's not an actual flame. It's just
Yeah.
weird red light thing.
That kind of orangey red glow almost from like a fire.
Yeah.
Like the embers of a fire or something. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, and that kind of like bathe over him. I think as well, like, you know, roughly like this is. You can just see from his expression as well, like it's had some effect, right? You know, this isn't quite the Gandalf freeing King Theoden, sadly. But you can definitely see there's a couple of years shaved off that aging, right? Definitely.
Nice.
But you can clearly tell that if you were going to do this, you might need something with a bigger kick to it. to really flush the system out, as it were.
God,
Wow.
Yeah,
I'll try to
my
do
ears
it
are
again
burning.
tomorrow.
but the
God's sake.
but considering this is like a 5th level spell, that tells you that whatever is like crippling him is mighty strong. And yeah,
Yep.
he sits back up and kind of like does that thing where he like pinches the bridge of his nose and just like slowly shakes his head side to side, and you hear the click of his neck, and then he says, "Surprisingly, yes, the I feel like I can breathe easier, at least." What was it you said?
That's great.
Mhm.
If you don't mind, there's just one thing I'd like to do. Is there any chance I could visit your underground growing chamber place?
He looks at you and like kind of like laughs. I think by now it's our underground growing chamber. He lifts up his hammer and almost uses it as a walking stick and just lifts himself with it.
I wouldn't want to presume I can go around as I please.
He leans down a lot easier now and picks up your piece of charcoal that's on the ground and just hands it back to you. And then he kind of like scuffs the floor and goes, "I'm sure somebody will clean that." And he goes, "Well, I'm sure you're
I would do it.
yeah." And like he looks over at the table where everybody's like possibly pointing
She's
at
got
daggers and
rags.
stuff. And
Yeah, she's got rags and stuff. She'll like bend over with a rag and like clean it.
he says, "I'll get the
Nonsense.
door. Feel free to dismiss yourself from your companions for the time being. We will return shortly, I'm sure."
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So he heads to the big, like, the wall, right, to obviously, make sure you can
Yep.
get out again. Because Dondrabella, that's why she went with Bastiel, so he could get in and out of this place. So,
Yeah. Because basically, what I want to do is I want to go to the growing chamber and use plant growth.
that's
and
fine. We can deal with that when you're
slowly
there. You
see-
just need to tell everybody else what you're doing so they don't just think you've buggered
Yeah.
off with the king.
Yeah. Isn't that like an 8-hour cast?
We'll find out.
Only if I'm doing it in a specific way, but I don't want that because I
Okay.
want to sleep and then I want to commune with nature if this doesn't work. So,
Mhm.
but I wanted to help you first.
Okay, so you approach the
Okay.
party.
Yes, I'll say. There's Sure you remember I helped the king last time with uh, an issue in chamber. Um, just been asked to go and have another look at it. It will just be very shortly. I'll be right back and we'll finish a bit more. We'll do a bit more research. It won't distract me too much. I'm just saying that to Ristir. I'm just saying, kind of like.
I think Rasira's just staring at you the whole time you're talking, right, blankly almost. And
Of
he goes,
course he is. Yes.
You're,
of course
you're a
he is.
healer.
I'll be right back.
He just says, as you say that,
I'm a what?
a healer.
One other thing.
Yes, hurry back. Then he
Yes,
just
yeah.
nods, like vaguely. Yeah, so like you and the king obviously head out the big kind of newly formed stone portal to get out of the room. And
Could
yeah, Isla?
could Isla say, like, as Arya's going, oh, maybe check in about our mutual friend, to try and indicate, ask about the white. Okay, go.
I was gonna.
So as you like say that, your hand like brushes one of the books with the big kind of like brass corners on it. You get quite a big electric shock off it, Isla,
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
and you get a very strong presence in your mind that says report,
Oh.
and we go to break there.
Okay.
So let us get us on break. Okay, we're unmuted. Back on stream, hopefully. Everything should be. Yep. Welcome back to the Keepers of the Golden Gate, session 85, if you can believe it, part 2. It is the 2nd of April. It is 2021 somehow. Even though it seems unbelievably quick last year, but whatever. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Hiya, I'm Adrian, and I play Rare Bluebird, the Half-Elf Druid.
Sean and I play Bastiel, the Warforged Cleric.
Hi, I'm Scott. I'm playing Crumbar, who is a half-orc paladin.
I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Isla, the Tiefling Sorcerer.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I play Serene, the Furball Granger.
Yeah. So, zooming swiftly in on Isla. So, you get some nice electric shock from a corner of a book, and you just hear the words in your head, report. And it's definitely Cerule you're hearing.
I'm just going to check out these books over here. I think there might be something on the abyss. And I will leave the table.
I think Erisir just nods and smiles at that, and then just looks a bit awkwardly at you, Serene. Like he doesn't know what to say now that you have had a discussion about the dagger.
Oh no. I'm the only one left with him now.
It's just you and him.
No. Oh no.
The entire party. It's when I said, you'd hurt the
Oh,
party.
God.
Well, 2 of the party. Yeah.
Leave me
A
to hold the
distraction.
conversation.
Anyway.
We all kind of covered off from him.
Yeah. So yeah, Isla, you find yourself in a quiet space between the stacks.
Yeah. And I'll kind of sit down into like a resting, cross-legged position and like close my eyes. Mistress Blue, a lot has happened.
When you close your eyes as well, if you like lean into this mentally, like you end up like you kind of almost materialize in like the eye of a storm, right? So you're in like the big swirling surroundings, and Cyril is standing there. Well, what of your progress?
We do seem well underway, but it feels like every step forward we take one back.
Why is that?
My feeling is all roads seem to lead to Magna, and some kind of impediment from there.
What is the impediment?
It feels at the moment like trust and information are not flowing in all directions.
Where is the blockage, on your end or on Magna's end?
My initial impressions are on his. He seems to... Sorry.
On you go.
He either believes what he is saying is the truth, or he's purposely misleading the party. They have seen things that he says are impossible, but his version of events are leading them to mistrust their allies. I'm hoping that their trust in the Dwarf King will confirm the truth of what your sister and the Elf Queen have said.
And what did the Elf Queen say?
She arrived, as we were speaking with the Winter King, to say that Magna had taken the Rod of Pa from Vishal, the High Priest of... Crumbar, the High Priest of the Red, your brother.
Yes. She kind of just says definitively.
Okay. And I mentally notes things down.
Do you have trust in my sister?
I have trust in you. And therefore in her.
She kind of... There's like a noise that's somewhere between the storm of... Like the noise of the storm and a growl, right? And you don't necessarily know if it came from her. She says, I expect loyalty and I reward it. But I did not ask that question.
I trust her. She had no reason to lie to us.
And
And her-
perhaps use that basis to judge who your companions find trustworthy.
Yes.
You imply that you are working currently with Magna.
A lot has happened.
And she kind of looks at you. She says, perhaps you should use this connection one-sidedly. You are a smart young thing. Use your intelligence. Do not have my trust in you misplaced, or you will find yourself misplaced in this world. This is not a threat. This is simply how things are currently. We cannot afford to misstep, not when our enemies could indeed be Magna.
Indeed. But information is necessary.
She laughs at that. Just laughs. Fills the storm. You know? She goes, information is power. I'm glad I've taught you that much.
Ella will just nod.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else I should know?
Racking my brains. What have we done?
Yeah, I was going to say, feel free to ask the group at this point.
I tell her
Yeah.
everything. I'm not lying. I tell her anything I can think of that might be important.
Okay.
Well, do you know that we've been in touch with your story, or tried to get in touch with your story again? And
Yes. So, yeah.
I feel like
we
I'm
got
happy if Isla
good
just says,
answer.
I'll tell her everything. Like that.
Yeah,
that-
I tell her everything. I'm gonna pull a
Is
crumb
the-
bar. I tell her everything.
Able to tell you stuff about Mistress of the Flame is
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Find out what she thinks we shouldn't let Razira know.
No.
Yeah, so after you download everything.
Uh-huh. And he does seem to be helpful. This is about Rasira.
Of course.
I'm
Yep.
just going to jump in media res.
Mhm. Yeah, I got it. I was with you.
Very focused on the task he has been granted. I think that focus will make him easy to focus on the things we need him on. Is there any information you feel I should keep back in particular?
She looks at you and raises an eyebrow and she goes, I am not the one putting my life in his hands. You can only decide what is worth risking his awareness of. I would not make those assumptions and decisions for you. And do not let anyone else.
Indeed.
She nods.
Oh, I just want to say thank you again. I really feel we're heading in the right direction.
Thank me with results.
I'll do that kind of frantic, like, yes, of course. Yeah, totally.
And keep yourself safe. You cannot serve me dead.
Much truth in that.
And then, yeah, like there's a massive bolt of lightning that strikes the middle of the storm. And she's gone and you just wake up in the library.
Oh,
You
I
hang
think that's scarier in the mind than in person. Oh, okay.
There's probably like, the camera probably has the like little sparks creeping out from your eye.
I was going to say that kind of. She'll try and flatten her hair back.
No, yeah.
The static.
Definitely. Through the horns. Yeah. It's good. And yeah, and I think we have you maybe heading back to the table and Rasira is like mid-ramble about how he's never been one for daggers. As he's been talking to Serene this time. It's like it's very mundane, but you know, in a pinch, like if someone's running at you, then ideally you're using their momentum against them, and you just really have to hold the dagger in your hand. It's very simple.
We'll just let them run straight into it.
Precisely. And if you fall back and they fall on top of you, even better. Gravity then helps. So gravity is this thing that, you know, like clutching hands, they pull everything. He starts like grabbing the air.
Well, that's definitely one way to do it. I can't say I'm not like that. I've used daggers. I use knives and things for like cutting and that kind of thing. But I feel like
I love this.
it's more. I use my bow more, so I'm more of a from a distance kind of person.
The beauty of a dagger, you can throw it.
Can throw it. It's very. It's very true.
But then you don't have your dagger.
Then you don't have your dagger. No.
And then you come back to that, Isla, like and then you don't have it. Yeah.
Oh, right. There didn't seem to be anything in that direction. Where did oh, there's 3 of us. All right. So, Rasira.
I love how
Has there
Serena's
been-
typed in case you haven't seen it, Hannah.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I'm helping. I'll distract him. I know the abyss has always been there. Has there been a breach like this before? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge, nor the knowledge I have consulted on the matter, but the abyss actually hasn't always been there. That was only there some centuries ago. The land itself warped over time.
Oh, so it was a slow act, wasn't an overnight thing.
Again,
The breach was like a sudden tear.
Yeah.
The
party possibly have described it to you before, where it was literally no breach, big ritual cast at the bottom of the abyss near the old temple of Janus, tore open,
big breach,
big portal. Yeah.
Cool. Interesting.
And Vishal didn't hang about. He was immediately like, "Cool, that's my job done. Janus, can I boost? Is that okay?"
Right.
Janus was like, waves a hand vaguely, and
fascinating. Maybe that's worth looking into then. What caused the original, even slow-acting emergence of the abyss could give us some information to pursue.
Vasira looks at you like you've basically said, "Any chance I can drink out of this cup?" and you hold up the Holy Grail. You know, he gives you a look that kind of is similar to that, and it doesn't get that reference. I don't know how to help with that, but he looks like someone's just essentially been completely disrespectful.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Young lady, you don't understand. The scholars throughout time immemorial," and he makes a big, vague, robed hand gesture as his robes slide up his arm. And he goes, "People have been studying this centuries. Do you think if there was a simple answer that we would find within the time limit allotted, whatever that may be," he waves vaguely over his other shoulder, "that we could find this answer? Preposterous. Unless you know something." And he leans in.
Well, we maybe don't have time immemorial, but we are currently in a library that has a lot of books about the abyss. New eyes don't hurt.
Who do you suggest?
I'm going to point at my eyes, and then at his eyes, and then at Serene's.
Yeah. Right.
Sometimes
so I feel though
desperation
that
can also help.
Perhaps we need to seek out a new source of information on this Rod of Pa. That seems to be the only item we are missing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. But you said you couldn't find anything on it. So
Not
yes,
here.
we do need...
No.
Okay.
He just looks at you like, who's on the wrong page, right? It is as awkward as it sounds, by the way. I love it.
No, I'm just going to stare at him for a bit.
Yeah.
Just be like, right.
Before we came here, before we even saw the white and things, we were going to go somewhere else to Well, it was to research the eye, but we were going to go somewhere else.
Where indeed
To
would this be?
that the person you mentioned earlier, Orodak. We were going to see them. Because apparently they've got research of or another library of I'm not sure, but they're more magic-y, I think. I think it would really help if Aya or
A magic key.
Bastiel
And he
or
just goes off in
Cromwell
a like a
here.
thought, and he turns to magic key.
Magic-y.
Magic key.
That's not a
What would it
word.
open?
Isla will faceplant, like
Yeah.
facepalm. Like fall.
Makes me so tired.
Yeah, he has an exhaustion spell, isn't he?
Mm.
And he goes, once the others return, perhaps we should visit this other magic key.
Okay. Well, while we wait, I'm going to go and read about the abyss. And I'm going to go and do that.
Yeah.
Come on, Serene.
Now, Serena, if you want, you can just take the dagger with you and just not help her, and just continue attuning if you want.
I just wanted to rescue
I
you.
was like, please don't leave me with him again. I mean, he can come along too if he wants, but just don't leave me alone with him.
Yeah, I won't.
God.
I just at least want to be like looking at books instead of sitting at a table having a circular conversation.
You can tell Serene can handle short conversations. Anything longer than like, what's your favourite flower? Hi, my name's Serene. It's really, really not good for her.
Human.
Yeah, so good. And obviously, Rasira is probably used to weeks of pointless arguments that are just philosophical in nature. Yeah.
Which is great when you've got the time.
Yes, time immemorial. Yes.
Yeah. I would like to look specifically into any kind of portals to the abyss.
Okay.
Predating the breach.
Okay, yeah.
Anything that sounds a bit hellholy or anything like that before, if there's anything the dwarves have dealt with being like underground and linking through to that.
Yeah, so I think given that you've looked through the library before, you have the researcher trait. I'll let you pick a history, arcana, or religion.
Okay.
You get one, and then we'll see how that
I think
goes.
probably history.
Okay.
Get into the
No worries.
bit on the character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. It's now spinning at me. There we go.
It's okay. It likes to do that now, apparently.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating.
It's a purple spinning thing.
I would still
That's
suggest
fun.
if MD hasn't done this yet, but screenshot all your character sheets and just keep them in a wee folder somewhere safe, in case you need access to them at some point.
Yes.
Okay.
And you don't necessarily need to have all your red text unless it's been homebrew stuff, like for example magic items I've made up, which you should print the red text of. You don't need most of the stuff that will be in a handbook we can look up, right? So don't worry about like screen printing the tiny text. We can look it up, it'll be fine.
Cool.
But
Okay.
yes, so before you roll,
I'm going
are you going to do anything that gets you inspiration in any way? Or is
I
MD
still
else
have inspiration
It's just on
from
you.
starting.
I just want people to be aware that it is still a mechanic that we all have access to. And remember, if you have the stream open, you will be accruing triumph. And thus you'll be able to buy yourself inspiration if you ever needed it in the future too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So either you're wanting to use it now or you're not. Or somebody else will happily give you, because remember you can give inspiration to each other. What's the thoughts, Isla?
Let me see. Oh, I have
Okay
one.
for now, because if I have to declare that I'm going to use the inspiration that
Yes.
I have?
You need to declare inspiration before you roll.
I'm going to use it.
Okay.
I'm going to use the little dragon symbol.
Cool. So you can just click that and it'll just untick the box. That's all it'll do.
Okay.
And then you can hit advantage, assuming you don't have disadvantage for any reason. And then you can give me
I
the roll
hope not.
when you're ready.
Okay. Come on.
Bam!
Yes!
Yatta! So,
That's better than the 11 we got last week.
Yeah, it's a lot better. So you start pouring through, like, what the dwarves have on the abyss, and mostly the effects the abyss has had on things like traveling, right? As you mentioned, portaling and whatnot, and you're getting very similar information to what the party got way back in like session, what is it, 6 maybe, when they were in the Golden Order library, looking up the abyssal stuff, and it is that when the effects started happening at what is now called like the abyss, it was just that the land started to like stop yielding crops. Animals started fleeing the area slowly. It's a strange statement, but they just tended to move elsewhere at a reasonable pace. And the people got sick, villages were moved, and all of this centered, and I say centered loosely because it's as centered as people hundreds of years ago in a high fantasy world could really make out with no satellite imagery. We have the only satellite, and there's these bloody letters in the way, right? So terrible joke is terrible.
Really frustrating to live next to.
Yeah.
Walk all the way around the G.
Yeah, right. Are you from the Golden G or the Gate G? Yeah. Oh dear. And yeah, so you learn that obviously there's a lot of suspicion from these particular dwarven authors that the Temple of Janus was the central point of all this. They blame the old god of travel for this, because his temple was there, and now it's at the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the
Makes
canyon.
sense.
But that is obviously, from an outsider perspective, the dwarves don't worship Janus. So you could assume there's a bit of bias. Exact 100%. This isn't exactly Heimdall with his Bifrost, right? So why the fuck would they give a shit about, Janus? So yeah, there's a lot of skepticism about that specific thing, just from maybe Isla's immediate responses, right, about being able to look at research information. Beyond that, as things slowly got worse and worse, more and more people were tasked to study it, right? And they thought, oh, obviously the land is sick, or there's maybe something that's happened, or pollution of some kind, or variously sensible things, or like somebody's cast spells here that went badly wrong, or nobody worked out anything definitively. Just loads of random fucking like theories of crazy conspiracies. And the dwarfs go, well, if none of it makes sense, it's clearly this weird god who's at the center of it all, and that just, from like a rational outsider perspective, it's so circumstantial, right, regarding Janus. So circumstantial. However, is there anything you'd like to ask me in addition to that? Because the 23 is pretty good, and you can ask the party, obviously, to weigh in on this. I don't mind if you ask a couple of questions regarding that subject.
I'm trying to think. Well, I think Janus has definitely some bad juju for this, because let's face it, he was there when the breach opened.
I mean, it was done at his temple. It's like
Yeah,
saying,
exactly.
that guy who lives in next door, he's clearly part of the murder that happened in this house, in his neighbour's house.
What would Janus have gained from?
But then I think that's what the research, like, it feels circumstantial. Like, the dwarves have obviously gone, yeah, he's suspicious.
I'm just
blame
trying to
him.
work out Janus's motives now, because obviously,
Obsolete at the time.
what? Sorry.
He was becoming obsolete as a god.
Yeah, but what would need to happen for him to become relevant again?
Destruction of civilization, because civilization kind of constricts all of the what he does, really.
Well, the main thing that's, I think, constricts him is the fact that all the sea travels.
How long ago was that though? Because that's what I'm saying. Like, if the Wizard King was around then and he controls sea and everything, that there's no point in like praying to a god of transport, because you just know transport is always going to run perfectly.
But keep in mind though, right, so see if you're going to step on a boat, right, if you're going to step on a boat, regardless of who controls the currents beneath the boat, if you're religious and you want to pray to the god of travel for a safe trip, you're still going to do it, right? Just if you're a rando person in the
Oh,
Maybe
world
not
that
okay.
gonna
believes.
say anything.
Right.
So it's not
Okay.
gonna
Yeah.
affect that way.
Do you see what I
Gotcha.
mean, right?
thought it
And
would.
obviously you might keep that secret
Yeah.
because obviously the
Mm.
Wizard King of the world who doesn't like people praying is going to be like, why you do this?
Hmm.
Even if like they obviously assume he's like omniscient, right? Like he can see everything possible. So people try not to like. That's why his name gets
Okay, maybe
whispered and
that's not a
whatnot.
good idea.
But like it is, there's obviously that's like a double-edged sword, that one, that, or like a bit of a grey area, because people still worship the gods they worship, right? Because if you're religious, you're gonna worship them, whether or not the king
Mhm.
says to or not. Because the king never said don't worship gods. People just know
Just said.
he has no respect for people that do.
Mhm.
Hence why nobody of a religious persuasion publicly is on Omen. Yeah.
Mm. I was gonna say the other one, like anything on. I don't know. I feel the Black Fang's Bane was the only thing we didn't look up last time.
Now keep in mind the questions I'm saying about
Yeah.
this role are specifically about the Abyss and
Okay.
like the effects the
Yeah.
Abyss have had on the area.
This is slightly kind of off topic. So with
Mhm.
the Vishal used the rod of power at Janus's kind of temple, and that's where the abyss went.
Mhm.
Is that right?
I didn't see him with the Rod of Power at the Abyss.
That was later.
Yeah, he seemed to have the Rod of Power everywhere else they'd seen him though.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, because I was just wondering whether it was like
could be.
opening it was similar to closing it, in that you needed a
Ooh.
god.
So
Rod
what
of
the party
Power.
did see, right? So
oh.
if the party have, and well,
Oh,
Scott, do you remember how it was opened? Does Aria remember how it was opened?
Yeah, there was two
Sacrifice
things
wasn't.
that got
Yeah.
sacrificed.
Yeah.
But what I
Oh.
was going to say is look to see if there's anything in there about the artifact thingy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that there would be.
So anything that was tried to use to close
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Anything that they tried that
I mean, keep in mind though, you guys have been
Yeah,
told the
didn't-
artifact is to close the breach. The
Yeah,
Abyss
not
is
the
just
Abyss.
the name given to
That-
the piece of land that is a
yeah,
big
yeah.
canyon now.
Yeah.
Maybe anything on cults connected to the Abyss? Specifically
Find
looking
out
out for
if-
things like the Mistress of the Flames.
Just the cult of the
Let's
king.
find out if the Rod of Power
Okay.
itself is also a sentient thing that's likely to want to be in a specific place. Or
Going,
work
going
with
for a
specific
wander,
types of-
yeah.
Well,
You never know,
if
right?
Rashira tells me
Yeah.
something, my mind's gonna use that and take
Quite
that
right.
idea somewhere completely else.
Mm.
But yeah, as for cults,
Kind of
nothing
Can we
other
call
than
me-
just the cult of the king. Just the party,
Cult of the
technically, like
king.
Arya and Karmbar have fought
Okay.
long ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that's Vishal said, "I serve the King of Hell."
Hmm.
Didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I suppose then
Hmm.
So
I might look at tieflings, and if we're linked to the Abyss.
what I was going to say is, if Vishal said he serves the Lord of Hell, but he's the High Priest of the Red.
He didn't say
clearly
Lord
there's
of
a
Hell.
link-
He said King of
Said
Hell.
Oh,
King.
King of Hell.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a link between them two there.
Is there?
Oh,
Besides
yeah,
Vishal?
'cause- well, yeah,
Who
because
could be
Vishal
serving multiple
title
masters?
would imply that he serves the Red. Therefore, if he says he's now
Well, there's no
serving-
implications he serves the Reds. It's been stated he does, right?
So he's,
Yeah.
Vishal serves the Red, but he's also said to us that he serves the King of Hell.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, so like ergo, that would assume that the Red
Yeah.
in Vishal's eyes is the King of Hell. Yeah, I follow that. Yeah, that makes sense. But what does that give you?
more information on the Red, and it's like, well, Red is or is not a big bad guy.
Was that is not a big bad guy?
Is or is not a
Right,
big
okay,
bad
cool.
guy.
I missed your audio there. Okay, so rewinding back, you had another question, Isla, about tieflings regarding their
Yeah, I
interaction with
think
the
as
Abyss.
things come up about mutations in people,
Hmm.
she's going to be a bit like, Oh,
Yeah, there is definitely a book written by some like dwarven genealogist, probably, that clearly had access to tieflings, and there's lots of super detailed, almost a Da Vincian style drawings, Vitruvian, if you will, drawings of tieflings, and yeah, all of it says, abyssal warped perfection was the bottom line of this author.
oh lordy.
Where they're basically saying that the tieflings are a product to dilute the purity of this side of the disc, is what they would have said. But that is
Look a bit
translating.
like-
That is translating. They don't mean directly flip the disc and it's hell.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Flip
that
the
'cause
disc.
No.
I remember seeing that before, and I was like, "Oh my god! Oh my
No.
god! Oh my god!"
What they really mean is you could translate it through many languages and get, do not want instead of Vader screaming no. But really, it just means from the abyss. Or whatever is affecting the abyss. And the phrase other side of the disc just means, not here.
Don't, yeah.
Yeah. Like when people point down the way to refer to hell, which is very bizarre, like scientifically.
Somewhere between here and very far away.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Somewhere between here and the other side of here.
So if we're here,
Has anybody else got any other suggestions for the history roll? Because I'll
Yeah.
get one more question, I think it's fair, I'd say, and then we're about done for our history
Anything else
review.
on the abyss?
And remember, it's about the abyss and whatever the dwarves might have been able to study about the abyss.
I
I'm
think what we
trying-
don't know about the abyss, because obviously, we went through a lot. And I'm trying
Yeah, and you can definitely tell why this book about tiefling biology was probably put in a forbidden library. And the implication is there, and I don't want to go into specifics for obvious
No.
reasons.
I know will look like quite uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Close and put it back and be like, I guess that confirms that I'm not just a scaleless dragonborn. Get another book.
Oh,
Fair, yeah. With enough
still
favours.
love you.
Maybe Rasir's got a dagger for that, who knows?
I've got a dagger for that.
Yeah.
I
Thi-
suppose my
this
only
one
other
is a dagger curse, though. But it's a dragon
Would-
curse.
would be things like, were any of the effects caused by the abyss showing up in other places, as in some kind of hellhole type activity pre?
Sure, if you want that to be your question, I'll answer that, yeah.
Does anyone else have anything else?
Going
we
once.
know that the hellholes in the breach are linked, don't we? Do we?
They only seemed to open up after the like this was according to what the party learned from Justoria, that something's went wonky at the abyss and it's affected magic everywhere. It broke a lot of the wards in Horizon, hence why this creepy tall thing with 3 crowns nearly killed her. And then loads of hellholes were appearing everywhere. And obviously the party kind of know why that is because they saw Vishal open them. So yeah, it definitely seemed like that happened
so-
after the abyssal breach.
so the wards breaking directly let them spring up more.
No, I never said that. I said the sequence of events the party witnessed was the abyssal breach opened, and then they went to Horizon, and then they met Justoria, who said magic's gone wonky because something happened at the abyss. That is causing all magic nearby. Horizon's near the abyss, funnily enough, and it's obviously affecting the wards in Horizon enough that it destabilized them, that like this big powerful 3-crowned thing break out and nearly kill Justoria. And then,
That was scary.
yeah, that's the thing Magna had to put back in its place. And then Justoria was said to the gang, so hellholes, go search them out, go deal with them, do it on the low-low, I'll try and support you when I can, and if my dad's responsible, we'll keep this quiet until we figure that out, and if he's not, we'll loop him in. That's what happened early on. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Mostly for Shen.
Mhm.
Cool. As long as it makes sense. But there was no correlation about the abyss warping wards that affected hellholes. Hellholes have never opened up in a city, as far as you know. And all the main cities have those big giant Ramiel diamonds above them.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe if we knew why the wards were so good, maybe we could use that a bit.
I mean, yeah, I wonder who would know that. Coughs and Magna.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
That's about it. We don't know enough to know what we don't know.
Yeah, that's okay.
But you know that, though.
Yeah. Which means we're on the right path.
Yeah. Plus, remember, stripping away things that aren't relevant is just as good progress as learning what is relevant. Right? It narrows the focus down. And I think Rasira has said it about 40 times this week, going, why do you talk about other things that aren't the rod? It's the one thing you don't have. Like, that baffles Rasira. He's like, so you need A, B, and C to close the breach. And you have A and B, but you want to talk about the rest of the alphabet? Why aren't we talking about C? What's so wrong? Right? Like, that's Rasira's viewpoint, if you look at it from complete maths.
Yeah.
And he's
He's straight line research.
On the top
not like scattergraph.
Well, somebody could use something to find out where Vishal is.
These are very Jackson Pollock when it comes to
yes. Yeah.
quest solving.
But
I suppose the other one would be that tracing down the cult of the king. Is there anything about the king of hell?
It depends. Is that the next question?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's go for that. King of hell.
Okay. The dwarfs have very little on the king of hell. Like, almost nothing. Other than this cult, obviously, has sprung up. They seem to claim the abyss is where the new kingdom of hell will start.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so it's almost like some kind of, I don't want to use the word prophesized land, but it's almost the promised land of hell, right? So they believe that because this effect, where the abyss started, is happening, and obviously it clearly has the blessings of the old god because his temple's there and hasn't stopped any of it.
Yeah.
They obviously used the convenience of Janus's silence to just be like, clearly we have a permission, right? And yeah, the cult of the king seemed to be very, very adamant that the abyss is the property of hell and will grow and is essentially where the kingdom of hell will be born from. It's not great news, to be perfectly honest.
No.
As for King of Hell, there is so many conflicting things that you would find that nothing has weight.
Sure.
And yes, there probably is people that think the red is on that list, but equally, the red has probably been blamed for something in every single one of these books in this library.
Yeah.
So, yeah, remember, dwarfs and dragons have a bad history, and the red doesn't care about mending anything, necessarily. Definitely asking forgiveness, not so much permission, dragon, when it comes to his sister. Yeah. She's learned that. I'm going to cut away from the library for now, unless Serene has anything she wants to do. Other than focal point, on the dagger,
Dagger.
Okay, I would say, maybe a good hour has passed for you, right, for that, because I don't really think, that research probably did take a long time going through a bunch of different topics and books and such. And the dagger itself it's obviously considered magical. There's no +1s or anything, sadly, but it does have an enchantment on it that if used against a fiend, it will do +10 damage. If used against anything that's not a fiend, it will do -10 damage.
Oh, that's tasty.
That's great.
Yeah.
Plus 10 damage to fiends.
It is
Minus
hellhole
10,
related.
Everything else.
Nice.
And you can clearly tell that Rasira probably made this when he was tasked to go solve an abyssal problem. He's probably thought, I'll make myself a tool for this, and obviously gave himself a useful thing. But this was basically going to be useless against anyone
Anything
that
else.
isn't a fiend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't heal them though, FYI. So, there's no jank maths in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Like-
Okay, so whatever you've rolled, if it's below 10, they'll just do
Think
no
Dungeon
damage.
World when you're doing a volley, remember? And it's like the minus d6 to the shot as one
Yeah.
of your 7, 8, or 9 options. Yeah, it's like the same idea. So if you're rolling your d4, whatever your damage is for the dagger, you stab in and then you take away 10 if it's not a fiend.
Hmm.
So it's, yeah.
That's great.
It will not heal them, but it will do plus 10 to a fiend.
Whoa.
It's not a bad wee dagger, is it? If you want, you can come up with a cool name for it. Otherwise, you can give me a bit more time and ad-libbing to come up with a cool name for it. But
Call it
I will
Stabitha.
think.
yeah, no worries.
Stabitha.
Yeah, but I feel like it needs to be something that someone like Rasira would probably call it. But arguably, well, I mean, it was him that gave it to her. But I don't really mind what you suggest. And I don't mind if you want to flavour it as the dagger reveals its true name to you. If you want to flavour it that way, just kind of cool.
Mhm.
In which case, it's like, the abyssal for stabber, right? Which is dumb. But yeah. I don't want to try and spell whatever the abyssal of that is.
Stabitha.
So,
Stabitha.
right. Anything else, sorry, from you besides the dagger?
No, I think we found out more stuff about the hells. I don't think Serena would be confident enough to go looking through many other books by herself. So,
Yeah. Better when there were trees. I agree.
mhm. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Bastiel, right? All the way over to him.
Okay.
Yep.
As we walk, he's kind of venting on the way, he's just generally moaning about bureaucracy.
Can I pause you for a
and-
second? I need to do some time admin, right? Give me a second, right? Grumbar, when you wake up, what do? Where do you go? Because we know you don't stay in the library, because when they get up and you get up, roughly at the same time, fun enough,
Sorry.
you're not in the library when you head to them. Because they head to the library, remember? They can't get in. So either you're just in there, on the other side of locked doors, and they go off, right? Can you see what I mean time-wise? So I need you to tell me where you go after you wake up, when you realise you're locked in the library from the inside.
Oh, because there's a reason
Cool.
we don't walk into him,
Correct.
because he's not there.
And remember
Right.
that Dondrabella and the king were outside the library when yous got there, and then yous went in, and then yous went to the
Yeah.
secret library. So I can get Crumbar caught up if he just tells me where he went after the library.
Right. So, I know I can't read in the library because it'll be all in English. So I've woken up, be like, oh, no one's here then.
Yeah, because you've had 8 hours of uninterrupted rest in a room that's never been opened since you've been resting. Yeah.
I will.
Because you could literally portal out of here into some other part of Forge just through the door, right?
Oh wait, so the door's like locked and stuff.
The doors
I
are
can't
sealed.
get-
Yeah, the library has been
Yes.
sealed, remember?
Right. Okay. Right. So I cannot get out at all. Yeah. So let's just go outside the library and try and find like the kind of armies.
You're immediately
Armory?
pinned against the wall by 2 guards who
Okay.
bark at you in Dwarvish.
I'll just kind of look at them and just be like, "Come in, please."
You're under arrest by the authority. And they try and, essentially arrest you.
Well,
Because you did just portal into a corridor.
like, I'm an ally of the authority, you idiots. Just kind of like shove them back.
Yeah, we'll see. And then, I guess, that does...
Oh wait, no, sorry. Is that them saying that?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
wait,
then-
sorry. I thought you were meaning you wanted me to like roll for
No.
something.
No. It's like, I guess we'll see. And then you're, all the way to a dwarven prison cell when You're greeted sometime later, narratively, perfect timing to catch up with other people. You're greeted sometime later by Candir just looking at you through like the dwarven prison cell.
And dear, what is she doing here?
She's the authority.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was getting her mixed up. With,
So Cyril's name
Cyril.
translates as the authority, yes, but the dwarfs
Yeah.
are referring to the authority in common as the person in
Yeah.
charge of, you know,
Yeah, no, sorry,
Forge.
I was getting names mixed.
because they
up
wouldn't say the king because their king is the king, right?
Uh-huh.
As opposed to the Winter King. So many kings. Yeah. So, the current authority is standing in front of you, aka, and technically she's Cyril's authority anyway, right? So,
Yeah.
even if Cyril's name is that. But it also just means the ruler or whatever, right? Like that's what Cyril's name, because why
Yeah.
wouldn't you pick yourself a badass name when you get to choose? So,
Right.
yeah, right. And yeah, I can't do it because. Why is it always you?
What can I say? People don't like it when you just barge through.
We're not friends, let's not have this dance. Speak plainly and efficiently. Where is the other one?
I seen to her she will no longer be a problem. And it cost me a heavy, bloody price.
She looks at you with utter disgust. She goes, I'm sure whatever trinket you gave up was of equal value to the thousands of dwarves who lost their life that day. There's like no hint of joy in that statement at all.
You know, and I'll literally just look at, like, you know, look at her and just be like, I've killed thousands myself. I am an orc. We reveled in death.
So it means nothing to you then. Then perhaps you can rot here. She just turns to leave.
I'll just like stand up and like boot the jail cell door.
Yeah, if that's the case, like, she's just gonna leave unless you act in some way. Like,
I'll be like, I'm mad. Well, I'll just be like, sorry, I am mad as I have given up what I thought could save millions in this, and from the world from the abyss.
she just looks at
Currently,
you.
I'm unarmed. It makes fight. It will make a battle difficult.
She looks at you and cocks her head aside and goes, You make very little sense, and I imagine this is not only to me, but to yourself. She holds up the eye of Janus. I will make sure that your colleagues get this back, if it is indeed so important to saving this world. You can rot. She leaves.
What the fuck?
He basically just said, when she said, what, you think you're giving up a sword's worth the people that you got killed here? He went, I've killed loads of dwarves.
No, not dwarves. I said I've killed I've killed people before.
Yeah, but to
What
her,
makes sense?
that's exactly what that translates as. You're basically saying, I've killed loads. That doesn't mean you say you feel bad the fact that you cost the lives of loads of dwarves, right?
I don't feel like I cost them it.
Yeah, but she does.
Yeah.
And you basically went, I don't care. So she's like, cool,
I don't
rot
like
here.
her either right now.
So yeah, that's that scene. It's okay. Bastiel, we can go back to you now. I've synced the timelines up. What are you going to do? You're in a jail cell alone? What was your plan there, Crumbar?
Try breaking out.
Okay, it fails. I can just tell you that now. You don't have the stats to break out of this jail.
Ooh.
Right, Bastiel, we're on you.
Yeah, I'm walking and complaining about bureaucracy and how it isn't very dwarven of me to be ping-ponged around by all these different authorities everywhere I go.
I think Thunderbelly just nods and just probably says, they're a bunch of bastards, a lot of them. Imagine wasting that much time when we could be solving stuff. Like, she's completely on board with whatever it involves down with the man.
Yeah.
She's 100% swearing in agreement with you.
Where is
Oh,
it,
no.
Shan? Where is it you're going now as well?
To Ulrich's.
Yeah.
My mate.
Ulrich?
Where he
as
was
well.
born.
Yes. Sorry. I'd forgotten where you were heading.
Yeah. What do you make of this Razira?
She kind of just looks at you. Goes, no plagal. You know, for an elf, he wasn't half bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And nods.
We'll see him again.
Aye, well, he probably owes me a drink.
He likes you too.
Aye, enough of that talk. I'm here consoling you. And I'm spoken for. She chuckles
Oh,
almost to
winded.
herself, right?
So what can you tell me about Ulrich?
I didn't really know. How old do you think I am?
Well, I don't know. Some people tell me he's famous. He made the King's Hammer. Blushes.
I just like that there are two red LEDs deploy and blink on.
Yeah.
And she goes, I'm only winding you up. Sadly, I am old enough to remember him. We didn't really talk much. He was busy making stuff and I was busy writing stuff down. And to be honest, I wasn't really in Forge a lot of that time. Remember, as I said, my folks were surface people. Hence the eyesight.
Mhm.
She just nods like with a grim face on that. And she goes, Anyway. Plus, I spent all that time on the mountains, so she just shrugs.
Ah, who's laughing now? I mean, White Dragon. Imagine that.
She kind of stops and goes, you know, so much has happened, it's... Taking stock of this is a bit novel, it seems. Almost self-indulgent. You know? But yeah, bloody White Dragon, on the throne. Huh. She was like, just, like, the weight of that has hit her, right?
She was right all along. Yeah.
She goes, it does make you think, that's for sure. How are you feeling? She turns to you and looks you up and down. It's probably a weird question to be asked, right?
Yeah. Wait, what question?
How are you feeling?
Oh, that cut out for me.
Yeah, well, she just like stops abruptly and goes, how are you feeling? As if it's dawned on her that she was meant to be consoling you.
Well, I'm sick of being told what to do. Frankly, I've decided my side.
She puts her
believe
hands
in the
up.
White Dragon.
She puts her hand and goes, oh, no. I know I'm at least older than you. I might not look it. She gives you like a raised eyebrow look very quickly as if, don't you dare speak back. And then she says, I tell my grandkids this, right? You might not like the words I'm saying to you, but it's going to happen either way. So you can either get it done quickly without hassle, and then you're free to do what you want, or you can kick up a fuss and maybe win a 1 in a million chance at an argument with your granny. And she stares at you. You know?
Yes, I'll eat my veggies.
She laughs. She kind of looks and goes, do you get what I mean though? Right? Like, these people go, like, they are in these positions for either an incredible streak of incompetence, or they probably should be the ones there, you know? Like, I don't necessarily think much of the fact that there's the bloody White Dragon sat on, you know, Donar's throne, but, oof, there's, It's not really the worst thing though if somebody turns up and goes, hey, we heard your king's sick, let's attack, and then they go, oh my god, there's a White Dragon. No.
It does make things simpler.
I am a practical woman.
He's quite fond of her, isn't he?
I mean, they go way back.
Further back than Ulrich?
Do they? Well, Ulrich was one king earlier.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like Ulrich would have seen out the last king and lived into
Oh,
this king.
right.
Yeah, right? Remember,
Yeah,
people
yeah,
don't age
okay.
at the same exact time. So if Ulrich was born, he'd have been born under a different king, and then he'd have grew up, because remember, dwarves live a long time, and then Donar would have taken over. Patrivangus. Also, hello Matt. Welcome.
Yeah, from the wording, my brain heard that as Ulrich was the previous king. Like,
No,
he was
that
a
would have been awesome.
no, Ulrich,
king.
lived through, like, he caught the tail end of the last king. Yeah. That's all she's
Yeah.
saying.
How close are we?
I don't know, you can be there by now if you want, yeah. That's fine by me.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Every day, the Mr. MDQ that's actually in chat was one of the first ever people I ever GM'd for. Believe it or not,
Aw.
10 or 11 years
Oh.
ago. Which is
OG.
bizarre. It was a Firefly themed roleplay game. He was the he was the companion pilot that he was, and his first role as a drunk companion was that he crashed their ship onto a planet.
Nice. Start
That
with a
is
bang.
amazing.
Yeah. Wow. 11 years ago. I know, buddy. Right in the age. Anyway, so you get to the workshop, Bravelade's property. It's probably like, in terms of like dwarven architecture, well, like it's, most dwarven stuff's fairly grandiose, but this is probably like relatively like, he clearly didn't waste money on the outside, right? He was clearly wasting money on all the stuff he did on the inside, like you.
Yeah. Oh.
Nice.
Do I know how to open it?
I mean, yeah, you did leave this way. Like, technically, you'd have been responsible for closing the door.
Yeah, I closed it behind me. Yeah.
Right? Because
Okay.
you left here, remember? And it's not, unless somebody had business with him, they probably wouldn't have went there. And since obviously he's died, and he probably kept to himself because he was, a crazy inventor.
Yeah. So,
I think when you get to
Okay.
the doorway and like you kind of like take in the place and you're thinking all these thoughts, I think Dondra just turns to you and goes, "You want me to come in, or is that weird? Is it weird that I said that? Do you want me to stay here? I'll just come in."
keep your wits about you.
He probably had a kettle. Should I say hello to
Is
the
there
kettle?
light? Wow.
But she's looking at you like she doesn't know, right?
Yeah.
You did have that whole thing
So what
about
does
you
it
and
look
the
like?
sorry, you had that whole thing about you and the king talking about the hammer like your brother. So she's not really sure
Yeah.
what your etiquette is. She's trying not to offend.
Yeah.
Thinks a kettle's your cousin or something.
Yeah. I like that. If he made. So, what am I kind of picturing? I'm kind of picturing like Gladys's room. It's like circular, bunch of junk in the middle.
I don't know what
How
that
to-
is. Gladys's room. Have a look at
Boss
that.
room.
What from?
Portal.
Oh, GLaDOS. I thought you were like Gladys, like some
Yeah.
kind of Roman thing.
My
Who's
main-
Gladys?
Yeah, it's like Gladys. No. No, I wouldn't say it's as like high tech as Portal. Sadly, no. Let me see if I can
I
find.
just meant the layout.
Right,
Mhm.
so I don't remember the layout enough, even though I have played Portal 1 and 2. That was many moons ago. There is a. Okay, so. Let's see if I can find this. I'll see if I can share this. Because I'm thinking of. Now, I don't imagine many played it because it was a questionably good game, but did anybody play Jedi Fallen Order, which had the
Yes.
ginger actor in
No.
it, whatever his name was, but he played Cal Kestis. In that, there's like a kind of old workshop. I'm trying to look for a screenshot of it to share that. That's got a slightly more rustic but techie look to it.
Oh, I think I know the one you're on about.
Do you remember what was the guy called? Do you remember his name? Like the master that.
I'm trying to remember, but it's slipping my mind.
I honestly can't for the bloody life of me remember what the old guy was called. His voice actor was in a million things. It was Braytak from Stargate, and he was also Pinocchio's that was Geppetto from Once Upon a Time.
Oh.
That was the guy that voiced him. So, funnily enough, I mean, I feel like we've just cast Brewblade now, haven't we? Based on that, yeah. 2 wee seconds. Let's see. Any idea what that was, Scott? I was kind of hoping you were going to find a screenshot for me and then manage to post it really, really quickly there. That was going to be super great.
No, not yet. I will.
But either way, you're looking at some kind of, closer to steampunk looking workshop than anything else, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna dig around for what about this place would cause the source to have a way in. Why would it be here? So I'm just gonna start turning things over.
Yeah, and I think Don Dorella looks at it and goes, "Hey, do you want help?" And she just like looks at something random on a shelf and just like flips it upside down.
Yeah, we're looking for something like this, and I show her the source.
Put that away. Like she's seen you do that so many times.
Yeah.
And she goes, I don't think there is anything like that in here. She kind of gives you like a funny look. She goes,
Why was it here then?
Was
this one?
I found something that's kind of similar. It's on the same planet, at least. Is what I'm looking at, by the way, FYI. But we're looking at like, obviously there's no windows in this mountain. But do you get that vibe, right? In chat, yeah.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, that's the kind of visuals that I'm getting.
Perfect. Yeah.
And that's obviously like lava flow going through the walls to light up parts of it, right? Because that's cool. But yeah, so she goes, "Do you think there's more of that somewhere in here?" She turns a plant pot upside down. Some
be a way
metal.
to let it in. Something.
From where? She kind of like looks around, opens random chests and stuff,
I don't know. I'm like kind of ducking. I'm looking underneath tables, and I'm still talking while going.
Yeah.
You think it was imported?
I mean, she looks at you and goes, "Well, you said you weren't sure it was deliberate, so what if whatever was meant to go in wasn't that, and it just went in anyway? Like, most situations in Crumbar."
Yeah.
She just
Wonder how he's
laughs.
doing.
And she goes, when you say I wonder how he's doing, she goes, she looks like the joy leaves her instantly, and she kind of goes a bit more like severe and thoughtful and goes, "I hope okay."
Of course, he's chosen by Celeste.
Aye, whatever that means. But like, he's an aye. Has to burn his hand twice to realise fire's hot, that one. Then she just shakes her head and goes, "Aye, well, he's good with a sword, and, we need him." She says that part, and then goes back to looking at stuff as if awkward.
We'll have him. I'm looking for now, I guess, other...
Well, roll investigate for me, right? And you can do it with advantage because she's helping, right?
Can I have guidance?
Yeah, why not?
Maybe.
And welcome back, Kelly.
Investigate. Oh, shit.
And roll your guidance. Nice. 22.
Yay.
Cool. So, the long story short of this, Bastille, right, is that you find all the components for one of the arm upgrades.
There we have it. You read my mind. I was slowly working towards.
Oh, I know. I can skip. I can skip to the end. The problem is you don't have any way to like
Okay.
rip your arm off and fix this onto you, and then hope your arm comes to life. Because it's essentially like a whole new arm.
Yeah.
But this is like the
Shit.
crossbow launcher looking one.
Sick.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Someone's calling me. Okay.
It's okay. I'll cut to somebody else. But that's the results of your studies as you find the other arm.
Yeah, we're good. Are there any kind of tools for putting, like, if we had the Eye of Janus, is there anything to just abuse it with? Put it under the real stress test.
Define that more, and I can maybe answer that.
Actually,
Do
maybe
you
not.
mean like
That would
hitting
kind
it
of
with a
just
hammer?
destroy it.
Is that what
Yeah,
you meant?
Yeah.
'Cause I feel like the
destroy it.
king's got a hammer. You
Maybe
could.
Yeah, probably shouldn't do that.
Probably not.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just, after all of that, it doesn't look like I have any kind of special tools or anything. I'll throw that extra piece onto a desk, look at it, and haul it like a Santa's sack, just like holding it over my shoulder as I walk out and say, "This'll do. Got what we came for in some small way. It'll help."
Hi, it certainly looks like it'll come in handy. And she like elbows you and looks at you. Handy. Elbows you again. She elbows you again. She goes, nothing? No?
Oh my god.
She looks up at you. Not even a laugh? Nothing?
I give a 3 thumbs up.
Yeah.
3 thumbs.
I like the idea that, yeah, it's just like the fists out of the backpack and you just like flick it so it's the thumb pops up. Yeah, good scene. Where are you heading after that so I know where to tie you up to? Just back to the party?
Yeah, relaxed walk back.
Yeah. I do like the idea that perhaps
things in.
Brewblade had planned for war mode Bastiel, just in case. You know? Hence finding things like the arm. So yeah.
Hulkbuster.
Yes. For some reason I'm picturing it's bits of the left arm is what I picture. I don't know if that's what you pictured too, but that's what I pictured. That you find.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Yeah. He's head back after some time, I guess, tearing through his workshop. And yeah. After that we then cut over to Arya.
Arya.
So you and the king are now in the entrance to the big growth chambers, and then he's head
Well, I'm
inside.
guessing we would have been walking through there to there, right?
You've been walking to there, of course. Yeah, you didn't just teleport. Surprisingly.
So while we were walking, she's gonna try to use this one-to-one time. Let's ask him. I was wondering if you could share what happened here. There seem to be quite a lot of differences since last time we were here, and they're not related to your state of health.
Cal looks at you and he
I
goes,
would.
perhaps we should best not discuss this in the streets.
Oh, okay. I was being quite quiet, but okay, cool. I'll wait till we get there.
Yeah, but you still need to cross most of Forge to get to the growing chambers.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly where.
Secret library, not so
were.
accessible. Giant room that feeds Forge now. Yes. So he's head down and then, it's a very maybe long, awkward, and quiet, and possibly slow journey because he's still not the fastest, even if he is able to walk under his own power now. And
Of course.
And anytime people pass by, he holds the hammer. He doesn't walk on it. He's a proud man. And
Of course.
you get to the growing chambers, and then you just head inside, and he goes, "Yes, yes, things have changed significantly, especially recently, and it seems like we have your companion to thank for a lot of this. Unfortunately, business with this Celestial, from what the report said?
Hmm. Yes, that's something I can't quite wrap my head around. They were following
Unfortunately, it means that
Blade
I will not exactly be
Umar
able to assist the
has
Abyss problem now. You understand this.
completely understand. No, that's absolutely.
This is a pragmatic decision, not
And
a
if I'd
punishment.
known,
And he puts his
oh,
hand
of
up to like
course, no,
state
I
that very
would not
clearly. Yeah.
imagine. Of course not. I would never imagine that. Um, it's and also apologies for bringing this entity to your door. If we'd had any clue that they would do this in their path to
The
wherever
hand that
Grumbar
swings the
was,
blade
and
takes the life. He puts his hand up again to stop you. We wouldn't blame every blacksmith, would we?
of course, yes, I completely understand.
He
Are we in the
nods.
growing chambers now?
Yeah, you've been inside for the whole conversation. He didn't start
Okay.
talking to you openly until you
Okay,
were
okay.
inside the lush
Oh,
jungle that
gotcha.
is the inside of the growing chambers.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'll then ask him. What seems to have happened here? I see people have different armors, and we went to your throne room and we found white and a lot of.
The Winter King was most generous with their offer of protection. They are currently, we are allied for now, given the climate. And he looks at you and kind of like acknowledges his own pun. Since you're in a
Indeed.
massively jungly terrained place underground that you caused, yeah.
Yes.
But what he's implying by that is the fact that obviously this is a mutually beneficial arrangement currently.
Yes. And you trust that this would still be a mutually beneficial arrangement in the future, yes? That's Arya's way of asking if he still trusts the white sort of thing.
She benefits from this as much as we do.
Oh. Well, the thing that confused me is in your throne room where when magic doesn't quite work, and we know because, well, when we were here under less than ideal circumstances, we did have to bring you out of the room in order
I
to
nod, sorry, Craig.
help
Yes,
bring.
it would best not dwell.
Yes, but
Clutching at
there
his
seems
chest
to
where the
be that
wound would have been, right?
teleportation. Bless him. It seems to be that some can travel to from without issues. We've talked to the elf queen there, and it just made us wonder if the magics that
It gives you a
are
look,
in the throne room,
like a shocked look,
is the
when you
people
say
that.
that.
Oof, he didn't know.
He goes, the Elf Queen? In Forge? Ah. Oh,
Yes.
noble bluebird, come, come. My legs are too sore from the walk to be pulled. He looks at you. Like, surely you're joking. Is that what he's saying?
Yes, yes. She figures out and says, "I'm afraid that the sense of humor is not something that I have been blessed with. I've developed many talents, but that jesting was not ever one of them."
And she looks at you and she goes, sorry, he looks at you and goes, but what business would she have here?
Um, she seems to be aligned, right? I was just surprised that they could travel inside. I was thinking that perhaps your throne room is spelled in such a way that only specific people can use magic within it and travel in and out of it. And I was going to ask if those same people or those magics could be used to locate specific
He gives you a look and he goes,
magical items or
the throne room is
people.
protected
Or
by ancient magics of the dwarves. The reason why it cannot block certain power levels, if you will, is anyone with the power to level a mountain what good would it be to keep them out of the throne room when, if they chose to, they could just collapse what is above?
I completely understand that. That does make sense.
Yeah, so he's basically saying, and I said this kind of vaguely earlier, if you're strong enough to get into the throne room, you've probably got the power to level the mountain above it. So, yeah.
I wasn't sure if it's related to them being strong enough or like the magic somehow being
I mean, he hasn't said anything about
made
your
to
comment
feed into
about
that.
coded, like if you got the passcode you could teleport in. He's not stated anything about that, merely just the fact that if you've got the power to level the mountain, you'll get past the wards. So,
Yeah, I know. I was trying to see if he had any that could help find where GGW is held or where Rod of Pie is or contact story despite our failures. Okay, so I'll say the reason I was asking is because we've had seemingly conflicting information between what the green and white Magnus told us.
say that again, sorry, you're cutting out a bit.
I was telling him that we've had slightly conflicting information.
Nope,
White
you're
and the
still
other
cutting out.
side.
You're still dropping
I
for
don't
me.
know what's going on.
You were fine right up until you got to the part that seemed to have all the data.
Conflicting information.
Yes, from the Elf Queen and the White head mag, and as I'm sure you realize, do seem to have been saddled with what
Are
I
you,
think
so
might
for
be
me
a
to compress this, are you trying to say that the Elf Queen and the White are conflicting with Magna, or that they are conflicting with each other? Which
No,
one?
the information we have from them seems to conflict with that from Magna, and as we
Okay.
have, I think it might be a bit of a spy from Magna, and she's obviously exaggerating when she's saying a bit. It's quite obvious that that guy is Magna's man.
Mhm.
It's saddled with a bit of a
I think,
spy.
as you say that though, like, Donar says, but if this Resira, I assume you speak of, can help, then why would you not take the help and then wash your hands of them afterwards? Surely if you lie, you are allies. If only for a brief moment.
That is what I'm thinking would happen. I somehow don't quite. I don't want to say I don't trust him because he's not really giving us reason to trust. I don't know.
To be fair, he's been pretty upfront about everything, even how useless he is, even if that pained him.
Yeah, I know. I'll say, we were hoping he would be able to give us information about the things that the Wizard King has been quite, well, short about, but he's not really been doing so. We all have our different things that we need to find out a bit more. And, well, I wished to speak to you here because I, if possible, like to, well, if you wouldn't mind, use that spell again in here. I want to see if the um, element of nature that I connected with to help it grow so much last time is still there, and if I could lean on them to perhaps aid us in other quests.
He kind of gets your look and goes, will this pull away from what you have achieved here?
No, quite the opposite. It should add to it.
Then
See, I don't
do you
think I'm
require
going
anything I can provide?
I'm just looking here. I don't think I do. No, I was primarily looking for privacy to be able to discuss freely and secondly to ask if there's anything that I can help with. I would be able to maybe do that spell that I did earlier the following day as well, if that's I think that would be of help to you.
And no pun intended as well, but it suddenly dawns on you that this place has like sources of daylight in it now. Whereas remember it used to be pitch black, and they had like the ring of like dispelling darkness around you. Like this place is like completely well lit now, as if you had stepped outside. Because obviously it has plants that need to grow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll also ask, how is it that you've made this place a lot less dark than it used to be?
He just kind of waves and goes, "The wizards." Leaves it at that.
Is it?
Nerds.
Yeah, basically. Do you remember last time when you spoke to him, the first time you spoke to the king? He goes, "I'm sure my wizards can answer these questions."
Yeah. Well, he didn't want to admit he didn't know something. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when you ask like a leader of a state, and he goes, "I'll speak to my advisors."
Yeah.
Would
He goes,
do you
"I will."
by chance think
It says, "I can leave you here
Is
alone. I can remove all the staff if need be as well. You can have it for the day if you need it." Yes.
yes, I could do that. Just one thing. I am curious. Do you think any of you might know anything about well time travel? Because that is something that looking into as well. That would explain a few things.
He looks at you confused and goes, "No." And he kind of like blinks a couple of times. If you mean transporting some kind of timepiece, then we can arrange that.
No, actual travel between time and getting suddenly being older and having skills you didn't have. It's
He looks at you confused and goes, "No."
that well
Just,
it was
just matter of
more-
factly, yeah. "I shall leave you to your
it's
communing," and he waves vaguely to the big like jungle in front of you. And
yeah.
he goes, "Please, if it
Okay.
helps the cause and our cause, good. If you need anything, just say I have given you permission." And he kind of just nods, kind of clears his throat a bit, and then says, "I shall leave you to it." He goes to shuffle off. So unless you get anything else you want to say to him now.
Ugh, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. 1 second.
What do you want to say?
'Cause if I knew I would.
Oh.
So it doesn't really seem that the power change is complete. It just seems like it's a thing. It does seem like he's trusting.
So
quite
think of what Don Drabella said. That is the
much.
answer you can technically take from the king, right? Which was, he's clearly not in a position to sit on the throne and tell people to fuck off. But the white is. As she has done many times since she was visited. So yeah, that's like you can read into what he said and what Don Drabella said in the meta, right? That it's clearly mutually beneficial. She's here for some reason, but it's helping the dwarves stay strong, especially now that they have no army.
What do you want to do about the
That
juicy
might be
dog?
an important thing.
Right.
That
So
might be interesting to know
as you
how it gets out of.
as
Is
you're
anything else?
so as you're there, because time's against us, unfortunately. He leaves, obviously, and you turn back. No pun intended again. And you turn back to the veritable jungle that you caused. And like you can feel like the warm, like the kind of almost humidity, right? That almost sweaty jungle feeling cling to your skin. It's like you're noticing it now that you're he closes the door behind them. And the last thing you hear before we go to the end credits is, "Welcome back, mistress."
Yes, this is what I was
Ah,
hoping.
bastard.
Yes.
So that's the end.
I was just worried I would use my level 5 spell, and I was like, shit, I can't do commune with nature. I'll see if it pops up when I'm doing the plant growth, if I'm only doing it as an action and not a ritual like I did it last time. This is very good. Saving me trouble. I thought I
So-
was gonna have to do that for 8 hours. Cool.
Names. Session names. What are we going for, guys?
There's one at the start that I liked.
Yeah, that was good.
A lot happened
Whereas-
this session, to be fair.
I like that
Well-
we just continually split the party.
Yep, just more and more.
Sentinel bloody thirsty spear.
Yeah, I'm right.
Thirsty spear. That was great.
Sentient bloodthirsty spear.
It's not 31, I think it is.
Clever.
Oh.
Badumts.
Oh my
Kelly.
god, sorry, I love
Badumts.
that. I actually love that, Kelly.
Oh dear.
Oh.
I knew there's a
Not
reason we'd get
anyone who
on,
can
Kelly.
do bad
Yeah.
puns.
I knew there's a reason we'd get on. Oh dear. Right, okay.
I also like that one. Oh.
I have called the arm that you've got, by the way, Bastiel, the left arm of Wrath, for no reason other than it's really dramatic, and I feel like Brewblade was that kind of guy. Just FYI.
Whoa! I just put in crossbow module in my. But hell yeah.
I mean, I told you it's a whole arm. Like, you're gonna need to find a way to just hack your arm off and put this one on, and then hopefully,
Oh, shit.
and hopefully
I
animate
thought I
it.
was gonna take bits of it and okay. Okay.
No. But left arm of Wrath is what I'm calling it for now, and it's a crossbow arm.
I'm trying to think of one now, guys, but
So let's review very briefly what happened. Crumbar went to sleep for 8 hours after nearly dying, but he gave up his sword. So the Quill of the Phoenix was handed to the Celestial, arsenal. You've then got. After that, he went and had a wee nap. He then got arrested by some dwarfs, which is funny. You then had Bastiel go into, I guess, his house now.
Yay.
Yeah, right. You've then got Arya going back to the growing chamber she caused. You've got Donderbella just being one of my favourite NPCs in general. Rasira being kind of half genuine and half confusing with Serene, with his, oh, that's awful for your home. Here, have this.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I suppose he was trying to be helpful, but
Like, I think in his head, though, if you strip away all the in-between steps, he goes, but what if you're confronted by a demon? That would be terrible.
Mhm.
Especially if you're the last one with the magic left. You should have this. It may help. Yeah. Not saying it was helpful. But yeah. So, I think we've got a winner, though, because I think Crumb behind the bars seems to have won.
Yeah. I
Everyone
mean,
loves the
like,
pun.
another
Yeah,
thing was losing Quill, right?
Yeah. Losing the Quill to live? God, that's good.
oh, that is good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Thank you for the inspiration there.
Oh.
I have to go with that.
Yeah.
Because it's literally what happened, right? Like losing the Quill
Yeah.
to live.
Oh.
Ah, pun brain. Thank you for sticking by me all these years. And no, I'm not even sorry.
No.
It's gonna be the battle of the puns now.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't win them all. My inspiration does fail me a lot. Right, so that was good. Losing the Quill to live, man. If only I could vote for myself. Anyway, goals. Let's have a look at those. Talk me through them, guys. So let's do the still relevant / was it completed test. Use Ordex resources. No, but it was mentioned a lot, which is good. That might be the next step on the train.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since you can probably assume that the White's probably going to turn up with the eye at some point if she gives it to you guys. That's almost like you would learn if she was trustworthy or not.
Yeah.
Mm.
Weirdly convenient plot
Did we
device.
test?
I mean, all the work we've done has so far confirmed that she is somewhat trustworthy, at least in
It's much
some
like
respects.
you can trust her as much as you can throw her.
Which
As much as we can trust
Arya
anybody.
can't pick her up, but yeah, like she's not actually done anything to stab us in the back,
Yeah.
and she could have had, like, if she genuinely was a badass, awful person, she could have accidentally killed Petrovanges, who's already very ill. Could have made it look like
Just accidentally stood on him, because he is
I
smaller
feel
than
that
her.
was.
So it does seem like
So the fact that he's still
she's
alive
helping
and
him out,
still
even if
king,
it's
Yeah.
her own like cause or
regardless
something.
of what
Why
arrangement
is
is,
It's helping.
to me says that she is. But obviously, her
Why are
giving
we
us the
almost-
eye is gonna be the thing.
Don't ask. It's just
Okay.
wacky
I
fucking
thought my
races in the
computer was
ghost page.
breaking.
No.
Yeah, it's like, what is happening? Yeah, I feel a lot of like as a party's mistrust was based on not having seen Petrovanges. So I think that was a really good conversation.
Here's my question: do you trust the White?
I do.
Yes.
I trust her more
Yeah.
than most.
Fair. Right.
I still
So
don't
that's
trust
2 from the
Magna,
top. Grumbar,
What about me?
do you trust the White?
I'm still on the fence, but that's more so because I don't know if I trust the Elf Queen yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But does the Elf Queen distrust or your skepticism about her weigh in on whether or not you think she's untrustworthy, and that makes the White untrustworthy?
Yeah, because if they two are working together, then
Are they?
seem to
Maybe
be
they're just like
like
really, really,
pals,
really fond pen pals.
maybe. Because I've went from absolute loving the White to
Yeah.
not really knowing what the fuck to
Well, to be
think.
fair, before that happened, though, you also went to, yeah, sure, we'll kill the White with Magna, right? So, like, I feel like, maybe Crumbar's
Yeah,
loyalties
I
aren't so.
didn't say I was going to kill the
You're
White.
not good at loyalty.
I didn't say I was going to kill the White. I said I'm not going to fight your battles for you.
I feel like he said they were your battles,
Mm,
but yeah, okay. Right, so
I told her that what's his face is a problem, and she popped up with him immediately.
Yeah, she went gone for us.
yeah, legit just was like, not yet. When you were
Okay.
like, do you know who Vishal is? Not yet.
Cool.
Come
Yeah,
back.
that's why I
cool.
thought she was so badass. I just
She is badass.
I was gonna say.
She's not badass now that she put you in jail. Is that why she's
Anybody
not
that
badass
sorts
now?
my problems out, I think they're trustworthy, So
I love
as
her
far as
though.
I'm
If you
concerned,
had
she is.
just been legit and like forthright with her, you'd probably just get out of jail as well.
Gumbar's in a bad mood.
Well.
He's in a
Crumbar might
timeout.
need-
Yeah.
Crumbar might
Oh
need a timeout.
no. It's
Yeah.
the naughty step.
We still don't know that first name and use.
Okay, so no. Before we
No.
go any further, does that mean that you have confirmed the White is trustworthy? Because if we're completing the goal, you can't next week just decide not to trust her unless new information comes to light. Right.
I'm
Okay,
done with trusting.
trust her,
Right. So she's locking in that.
so that's Arla.
We trust her.
Right. So you can move that over. Somebody can move it down to
Yeah.
the completed list.
Good. Okay.
So that's a yes.
Mhm.
Well, I think. Sorry, I didn't ask Isla or Serene, but I know Isla was pretty much yes. She seems badass and cool
Yep.
and trustworthy. Sorry, Serene. Did you have thoughts on the White?
I think she's trustworthy.
It's good enough.
But I think Serene would think she's trustworthy. Me as a player.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hannah and Isla are two different people. Isla.
See, my lines are
trust her.
getting blurred with that now.
I think you need to
I
very
think
specifically
Serene would
state,
trust her.
what does Crumbar know and what does Scott know, though, right? You need to definitely keep those lines as clear as possible.
I can't remember anymore.
It is 85 sessions you've been through, that's fair. But we did do that catch-up chat, so maybe you need to go back and watch that again.
Maybe we should just have another one.
No, just go
For
back and watch the
Ryan's
one we did.
account,
So, right, learn the artifact's name and use. We definitely haven't done that yet because it seems like Rhaenyra is herding cats.
He's so like goal orientated, and we're just like,
Let's
but
learn
shiny
about
thing.
the rod.
but
How-
shiny
What do we
thing.
need to do to learn about the rod?
It's like, I've listened to all of your concerns, but have you, in fact, realised none of this was about finding the one thing you don't have?
Oh, I love it so much.
Oh. He's super easy to play as well because of that. His job is to basically make sure you have all the pieces, and the one piece you don't have, none of you care enough to look into. He's like, what? How is this the team that are... There must be other
But
people.
I think he said that he couldn't find anything on it, so we all went, "Oh yeah, cool. We'll not look for that anymore."
Yeah, but then you're like, okay, let's make use of the library while we're here. And he's like, okay, but
Yeah.
what is there to learn? Was his point, I think, right? He was like, do we go somewhere?
Yeah,
You have
yeah.
somewhere else we can go? There's more things we could look at.
Wait, no, we can't yet. Don't have the eye.
Doesn't mean to say he can't though, right?
That's true.
Hmm.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah, but it's okay because you just don't know. He can just zip zabadoo about, which is fine.
Mm.
Right, okay. So we haven't learned that yet. Are we still going to commit time and resources to learning the artifact's name and use?
Yes.
I think that's a good point. I'm just going to say
Because
that now.
we need to know if it's actually going to close the breach. Or
Yeah,
if
it's
it
kind
is
of the main
as
quest,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. If as
Absolutely,
Magna,
yeah. So
it's
that
mo-
stays.
it's more
Yeah.
so as well. Magna said that it's going to be used to control us.
Do you
So-
guys think? Yeah, no, it's definitely the biggest one. But thing is, I wanted to ask you guys: do you think there's a point in keeping the one about Eremos? Because it just seems like we're
No.
hitting brick walls everywhere.
I don't
It
think
does
there's
feel a
we
bit.
can go Eremos even if we run into him again.
That's what
So-
Rasira even said, right? Like, this thing that you claim can appear anywhere and stab anyone, that seems bad.
Yeah,
But
I just
I can't-
that-
How do you stop a
Guys,
spear that
that's
appears
your
from
kid.
somewhere and stabs you?
yeah, that's your
why I
kid though.
wanted
So
to
I just
learn
kind of
about him.
What
Maybe
if
you
we,
want-
what if we just look up like more into the Justoria line of who the hell has her?
Well, that is what Serene has, right?
Yeah,
It's literally
that's a
Serene's
personal
goal.
goal.
It can
Oh,
be.
right,
It,
yeah,
it
yeah.
can definitely become
Sorry.
a general goal though. Like, it can be bumped
Yeah.
up. There's where they're slotted doesn't matter. It's just an excuse to give
Yeah.
you 10 slots.
Sorry, just the way my screen's set up, Serene's name's kind of cut off.
Well,
from the
that's your
bottom.
fault.
Oh.
Rude.
So mean of you. Okay. Okay. Communing
We've
with the
also-
Hydrid.
I still
That's
think we
also-
should do that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that one should stay as well.
Hmm.
I am still doing utilizing Mistress of the Flame, so I'm
Mhm.
definitely keeping it. And I think this next one's gonna tell me a bit more. Because this thing definitely still calls me Mistress of the Flame. And I no longer have the bracelet or anything from Justoria. So that definitely says something really big.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that might mean that I would be able to like do that sort of thing that Buffy does at the end of, I forgot which season, where she's kind of like sacrificing herself to
Oh, in season
close the
5,
fucking
right?
The end of season
hellhole.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
AKA
kind
the
of
proper
thing.
ending to the
I'm
show, in my
hoping
opinion.
that worst case scenario, you guys like focus on sorting out the breach, and I'll just like jump in and like hold the demons in there. So I think that finding out more about this Mistress of the Flame thing and
Yes.
learning how to control it and control demons and such is something very important. And I'm at some point, I don't know how, right? But I'm gonna try to like not really escape you guys, but just get a little bit of privacy, especially if Rasira is around us, because I'm gonna try to get that not devil, demon, whatever, out of my bow and have a chat with him, because he was the first one that called me that.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah,
I
give him
guess he might
give
be
him a talking to.
important.
And you did
Okay.
learn Infernal, right? That was a goal that happened, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. Yes, it's completed. I can go
Cool.
talk to him.
Yeah, Crombar
But
taught her
I
that
don't
many
quite
moons ago.
know if I'm happy with. Oh yeah, it was a process. But I'm not
Oh,
quite sure
God,
I'm
Lord.
happy with Rasira being around to
Well, luckily
see
you're like
that.
the other side of Forge from him, so that's handy. Right,
Mm.
so
Well, yeah.
Eremos
Bec-
Time Traveler Imposter, though, we seem to have travelled way
Mhm.
off that. Is
Yeah,
it staying, or are we replacing it?
I
I
wouldn't
think
mind.
it needs to be replaced, but I don't know
I
what
wouldn't
with.
mind if we replaced it with, what my goal is the now, because obviously, if we move that up to a general goal, because I would like to.
Well, there's an
chain
empty
him up
slot,
there.
so just move yours up then now.
Yeah,
Is
because I
that
was gonna
okay?
say that puts.
Have a rod general. Oh.
Yeah,
General Rod?
because
Yeah.
as soon
I
as we
also
figure out-
feel though that then it also makes sense to have a Black Fang Spear general goal. Then we've got all the artifacts.
but
bits.
the only artifact we're missing is Brother Path.
But we've got one on the eye
Mhm.
already.
We also need
So
to
if
get
we don't
behind
have
that.
anything, what would we? Because we've got an empty slot. So we
The
can
one on
move
the eye, the one on the eye is just to learn how else we can use it. The Rod of
Yeah.
Power one is where so that we can locate where
Yeah.
it is.
Keep in
so-
mind though,
Yeah,
right
we
now,
know that,
Crumbar,
yeah.
nobody has
Hmm?
the eye. The party.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Don't have the rod, you
Shit,
don't have the
it's
eye,
in
you don't have the
transit.
spear, right?
It's in transit.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
was thinking whether we do want a goal to get the eye back. I don't know
would
whether the White
frickin'
will
want
just
to
give it to
strangle
us.
you.
I think the fact that you've got Ordax resources, I think that's a better one, because that is going to another source of knowledge to try and learn more. I think
Yeah.
that is a better
Yeah.
goal to keep. I think, obviously, learning where the Lord of Pies is very useful, and I think you definitely want to rephrase the Eremos one. I don't think you need to write off Eremos as a route to explore, I just think how you try and explore it is not helping.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think as well because we're going to another source of knowledge.
Yeah.
Keeping something about finding out more about
Fang
Eremos
spear,
makes sense.
man or myth.
It's I was man. Is he a man or is he a
Oh,
muppet?
goodness. Well, that's an
My
easy one.
favorite sound.
So, how about just Eremos slash
or
Blackfang
mythic
Spear,
item.
and then what would you want to learn about that? What would you like to know about the Blackfang Spear?
Can he actually be controlled?
Yeah.
Is
Or
it the
is
whole
he
as well?
actually under
Is
control?
it? Yeah. Is he and the item separate?
We
Like
tried to reach out to him via some.
Well, why don't you,
sort of
like, that sounds like
spell
what you
thing
just
and
want
we
to do,
couldn't.
right? If you just want to learn more
Mm.
about them, why is it not try and,
Eremos.
like, try and
Yeah.
connect with Eremos again?
Guys,
Seek him
we
out?
need something else as well.
Mm.
It's not just Eremos. We need, like, well, Blackfang Spear. We also need a god. So why not try
You
to
got them on
reach
speed dial, right?
Yeah.
GGW?
Yeah. That's
GGW? Like, that might be a thing to, like,
Right, list of
try to
gods,
do a
right?
god call to him.
So, GGW, right?
oh my god, God call.
Janus,
Do you have a God
right? Indra, Lament, right?
Yes.
Pa. Yous have met a bunch of gods.
I like
We
Father Month.
have. But GGW is the friendliest one. Most likely to. So if we get him out,
call? Who
What?
also yeah. who
Indra
also-
Lament's gonna cost us an arm and a leg.
Part,
Or
literally
Pa-
doing fuck all.
Hey, Bastiel's got a spare one.
Par is doing nothing. He literally is doing nothing. We don't need to free
Exactly.
him or anything. He's just there.
Yeah, Pa's just like, oh, rod? I have a rod? That doesn't sound like me.
exactly, he's like senile or something. I don't, like,
I don't
do
know if I
you
would describe
want
him
a
as
god that
senile. I
doesn't
would just
even
describe him
know
as
that-
above mortal concerns about materialistic
Yeah.
objects.
Yeah, but if it was his rod, he would know of it. Like,
Which
imagine
leads you
Loki
to
not
believe
knowing
it's
where
not his
his
rod,
freaking rod is with the freaking
Oh.
tesseract.
right?
Mm.
Let's say,
Mm.
did you know you have this book, this autobiography? Is it? No, I don't. I didn't write that.
Well, yeah, that's
Mm.
slightly different, but yeah.
So they've
I don't
declared it a
know.
rod of par versus him going, I made this.
Well, he wasn't like, oh yeah, that's mine.
Fair enough.
I've lost that,
He
right?
doesn't really give a
Yeah.
stuff about mortal
Yeah.
concerns at all. By the
So
sound of this.
why would he help us?
Yeah,
He
I don't
doesn't
think
care
Give him a
that
reason.
much.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I
every
think
time
we
you want
want-
someone to do something for you, unless they owe you, assume you need to give them something to make that happen.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be money.
And
Doesn't need
that's
to
why
be
I
a
want us
physical
to
item.
free
It
the
could just be.
GGW.
It can just be
let's do that.
something,
Let's do that.
right?
Because if we free him, he'll owe us, and you want to help us.
It
I
was
mean,
just, you
beyond
want to
that-
help
we need
us
to know where
anyway.
he is.
I think we're
Well,
working
yeah.
towards a big battlefield scene at the very end at the breach, and the GGW being free is going to help the Golden Order. It's going to just we're going to have a
Yes!
flat advantage if
Oh yeah,
he's free.
100%. Like if this was like a, you get to roll a d20 versus the demons d20, GW adds like 100 to that d20.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So we need him free for just the base reason of combating the abyss.
Is
Yeah.
that not a bit in the Audax resources goal though? Because we want to find out if it can trap people. And I assume that then
Yeah,
means we want to
yeah.
find out how to untrap people.
Yeah,
So that's kind of
what we're-
linked through
yeah,
there.
That's why we're wanting to try and
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe so that still leaves us a goal for Eremos, but we've got in mind that the I and the Audac one is linked through to the GGW.
Okay. So there are ideas
Yeah.
pill. Let's look at the ideas pill. Does anything here stand out? We've got Seal the Abyss. That's obviously a big one. We're working on it. Find the GDW. It's in motion. Figure out Eremos location. Probably important. Acquire Blackfang Spear. Also probably important. But then, according to all sources, the streets are not specifically the place to go. It's in fact Magna.
Well, I think after how this episode just ended, we can actually work on saving Justoria.
Right.
Right. Because we're going down that avenue. I think we should replace Eremos with kind of, because I see that goal about finding out what plane she's on.
Well, Arya has the seek info on possibly utilizing Mistress of the Flame, right? So that is already a slotted goal if that's where you were kind of going with that.
Yeah,
Right?
more like ways to actually locate her.
Okay. What's your new plan then? So you know what you've tried. What would be the new step to locating her? Right, when you can come back to me with that, we'll put it in a goal, right?
Yeah.
Because that's literally, we need that wording for it to be a goal. Right, what else we got on the list? Right, so inform GDW about Abyss and Guild situations. I feel like that's an old goal now. I don't think that's a... Like, Crumber, I feel like you spoke to the GDW long ago.
Where's this? I'm
Ideas pile. I've got it highlighted.
Inform GGW of the Abyss. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to delete that. Like,
Yeah.
you have done that. It's just not a completionary one. Right, Arya and Bastiel to trade languages. That ain't happened. Figure out how... It could still happen, though. Figure out how to close hellholes like as a team safely. Still valid. Reach out to more of the 5. Still valid, I suppose, if you wanted to. Although, I mean, 2 out of 5 ain't bad so far. Find out who the vampire is. Get dwarves to help the Citadel. I think we've just established that is not going to happen. I'm just deleting that now, because that is... The king basically said, I can no longer support the Citadel. Because the army's gone.
No, it's no army.
Makes sense.
So he probably needs to wait even more now, to be honest. Discover or locate Eremos' next target. Probably still valid, yeah. Rendezvous with the Prismatic Order. I think we've... Like, do you have anything else to do with the Prismatic Order? He's going back to them at any point soon?
Nah, they needed us to leave the eye with them.
Well, you were like, can you research this? But in 0 seconds. And they were like, no. And then you were like...
Yeah, they didn't want us to watch or anything there, so...
Oh, these are civilians, right? Technically. Does anybody else have business with the Prismatic Order, now or in the future? Because we may as well leave it in if it's a potential future one. No? Yes? No? Okay.
No.
Cool. Well, I'm deleting it. Right. Divide and conquer Citadel Library. Kinda did that. Right, cool. Contact the Prismatic Order, but yep. Next one. Find out if Magna's linked to the dragon attack. Are we chasing that up or not?
Not anytime soon.
If Magna is linked to the yeah, it's...
Remember the White said Magna's declared war on all of us when you got to the Citadel the first time and fought the Red Dragons? Just for
I'm
context
kind of
for the
always
people that
on that, though, with the audience with the red.
That's fine, I'll leave that in then, if you're happy to keep it in. Right, talk to Brotherhood of Pa to gain information about Pa. You phoned Pa, so how do we feel about the Brotherhood? I would say that you spoke to Pa and Pa didn't care about the rod, but the Brotherhood seemed to care about the rod, so I would say, if you care about the rod, speak to the Brotherhood, who care about the rod.
Yeah, they seem to be the ones to talk to.
We do that next.
There you go.
Well, I mean,
Getting information about
After Anvil.
So,
we have to go to Anvil.
which means, if that's an after Anvil, let's deal with Anvil first and not slot it, right?
Yeah.
So, but we'll leave that in there. Establish base of operations, Horizon Era Charisma. Is that going to happen? I feel like you've abandoned Horizon for now. And you technically have Arya's a noble dwarf, and got Bastiel has a house in Forge.
That pays
Right?
taxes.
You don't want to bring up that question. Go
No.
back taxes in 100 years, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, now I know that you said that I was like as good as a son, but is that like property? Am I property that got transference of
Yeah.
property, so I'm not paying taxes on property? Or am I owed money?
But also, you missed 100 of my birthdays. I can let that slide.
Uncle King.
Guys, sorry. So
Okay.
I
Do you have
don't
any
know, I
more
can't think
to update in the
else.
goals chat then?
No, I think there definitely should be something about Eremos or the GGW there. I think
Yeah, I think
quite-
it.
I was going to say,
The
Arya, if you
idea
can
of a
give us
god
5
call.
minutes, what we'll do is we'll do rapid chat and you can go first and then you can vanish on us, right? Right. So, Eremos, Time Traveler Imposter. Scrap it, or are we reslotting something in? Do it now, guys.
I say scrap it. Reslot with.
Reslot it with free GGW.
Let's just get the god call out of the way. We've been sitting on that for ages. Just god call the GGW.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask him though.
Doesn't matter. You can deal with it when you're god calling them through the week, right?
Mhm.
The goal just
Okay.
needs to be slotted. I don't care about the minutiae of it all. Just rather get wrap up chat done with everybody. Done. Good. Any changing their personal goals? Or
No.
are they staying?
Mm,
Then to
No.
complete their personal
yeah.
goals.
I think didn't change.
All good?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Scott, I feel like you have one that you haven't stated.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My personal goal is now do Celeste gain a replacement for the Quill.
Wow.
I feel that comes with a replacement for art.
He's gonna be upset. Well, I know Celeste.
Okay, so that's
He's
fine.
gonna be like,
Put that in
Okay.
there. And then, yeah, we've all got goals. Good. Nothing beyond the one goal was completed, but that was still a goal completed. So what level are we all, guys?
9.
So that is 900 XP.
We are
That
58800. We should be.
58800.
So nice. Getting closer to that level 10, folks.
Mhm.
Sweet, sweet level 10.
I know.
divine intervention.
Man, Divine Intervention's so fucking broken and I cannot wait. It's when you just phone Celeste every fucking day. Hi, it's me
Oh my
again.
gosh.
Hey, Mum.
It's so good.
So, anyway, wrap up chat. Arya, let us off.
Um,
Nope.
look up stuff that we wanted to find out, kind of failing and got scolded like little children about being, unfocused and such. Try to very discreetly help Petrovanges feel a bit better. Totally not failed, because Rusir now knows, oh, you are a healer. I'm like, yeah. And got to question Petrovanges a little bit, which is always good. I do like a good one-to-one.
Yeah? He's a good
And
guy.
now I'm curious because this thing obviously treated me as mistress, and now I don't know if somehow I am still mistress of the flame somehow. If it's not just one person that can be it, or maybe just Doria imbued me with some power that I still have, or this thing called me mistress of the flame because I had just Doria's place then, and now it doesn't know what to call me, so it just calls me the same thing. So either way, I've got a head full of questions.
Now
And
remember, you didn't have the bracelet when you were here the last time, and it called you mistress.
oh shit, okay. I'm even more confused now. But I also have to sleep, and my brain's all like trying to process all of these things together, and not doing particularly well. But it was definitely an interesting session. I feel like I've learned a fair bit, even though we don't know the particulars about the tenuous like situation that's here. It's quite obvious that to me that the white can still be trusted, and I do feel bad for using his quote. Sure he'll be upset about it when him again.
Yeah,
Just,
Mhm.
you can visit him in
no
prison.
more. Yeah, it's fine. I'll throw him some good berries through the.
Yay!
They're gonna feed him. They're gonna like starve him. But yeah, okay. Thank you. Anything else to add, Madeira, or is that a wrap up?
No, that's me. That's
Perfect.
good of me
Thank you.
now.
Isla.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh lordy.
Mm.
Yeah, we did get scolded a little bit, but we've just learned that we research in different ways from
Yes.
Rasira. And we are very much, the herd of cats and a bunch of shiny things. But yeah, got kind of called into the principal's office again. This seems to be happening a lot. I think I've made like friends with the kids that like get in trouble a lot,
100%.
but also enjoying it. Gave all of the information that I have straight to the person that makes my eyes glow blue sometimes.
Yeah. Wonderful Cerule.
Not that the color scheme didn't already give that away. Yeah, got some information on the Abyss, which at least for like both me and Isla, kind of new. Liked the recall of the Cult of the King. Thought that was a nice callback to what Vishal had said. Oh, she's a bit shaken about the whole tiefling thing, though. I think she's questioning a lot of things. Kind of shaking her whole worldview a bit there. But yeah, was happy that she got to rescue Serene after abandoning her. Feels very bad about that.
Yeah, that's fine. She got a dagger out of it. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Excellent. And Serene.
You all left me with a stranger. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, we had some more questions about things, and Rasira, I could tell he was getting increasingly frustrated.
Or just even baffled, right? It was just baffled by everything.
Just confused. Like you know you've got this thing to look up, but you're looking up all these other things instead. I don't understand. I'm like, but we are interested in these other things. But yeah, I got a dagger.
Yeah.
He thinks it's going to help me. I have named it.
Oh.
Fiend's Demise.
I like it.
Ooh,
dagger.
Good. Cool.
But yeah, lots of kind of people like sorting things out. Like Iron the King was like interesting. Like learning all about those things. Of course, Crumbar got arrested. Of course, that happened.
No idea what you're on
We're
about.
gonna have to get him out somehow. But the White is pissed, so don't know how that's gonna happen.
The White has a big PR problem called lots of dead dwarfs. So.
But yeah, so what? Yeah, how do we?
Oh, I got a fix for that.
Yep. You should tell the White the plan. She'll probably help you.
So we're just gonna kill those people instead, and then they'll all come back. So if you just go breathe ice on a few towns, be fine. Right?
And she might have to swing Bastiel as a weapon at them so that it still counts as Bastiel's kills.
True. Bastiel has to kill them. He can freeze them all, and he just goes around like
shattering them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. It's a good plan.
Yeah. It's good idea. Yeah.
Good. No, I like the name. It's a good name. Fiend's Demise. I like it. Definitely something that I could see him name it as well. I know you prefer Stabither. But yeah, I could see with Sierra calling it something as matter of fact as that as well, which is good.
Yeah.
Like, well, it's designed to kill fiends, so it's called Fiend Demise, because when you stab them, it would kill them. You see. But yes, Crumbar. See you later.
That tends to happen when you something angry noise, something. At least Arse is gone.
Right? Yeah. Goodbye, Arse.
Because oh my god, was that just becoming a fucking hindrance? And I'm like, you know what, Ryan? I can't work out the storyline for this, so here, bitch, go away.
You mean Arse, right? Not Ryan.
Yeah.
Arse.
No. Ryan, stay. Arse, go away.
Yes.
No, but I'm like, there's probably some kind of, thing here that I'm meant to try and learn from it, but yeah.
Mostly just don't piss off the White. I think it's the only lesson to take away from that, especially when you're in a jail she controls.
No, but honestly, I could not work it out to deal with her anymore. So it's just like
That's fair. Like, plus,
I
as you said,
just
you
want
had
to
the
get back
solution
to
to
the
getting rid of
fighting.
her, which was the sword, right?
Uh-huh. And I'm just going to be like to Celeste now, be like, why did you give me something when I thought you made it, but it turns out that it came from here, and what the hell?
I mean, yeah. I think Arsa's exact words were, "It belongs in the arsenal." Not that it came from the arsenal.
Oh,
It was made by a god and it's a weapon. Maybe.
I mean, yeah,
who
very,
gives
very
her the
possibly.
right to decide that?
Oh fuck. Okay,
Oh.
I'll wait until my turn.
Anyway, love you, Ryan, even though I hate you sometimes.
I love you too, buddy.
I love you. Crumbar fucking hates you. That's it.
That's fair. I have put Crumbar through some shit, so yeah.
You
But so
bad
so
man.
have you. I'm gonna just say it's both of us have done bad by Crumbar, and I try and do good by him sometimes.
I took an uneducated guess. You took educated option.
Sure, I guess I'll take that. No worries though. Crumbar lives still, which is good. Because
Yeah.
dice roll wise, as I said in the break, to Hannah,
Hmm?
I was worried about pushing that attack roll again. I was like, well, if we know that first one, if that first one happens again, he's dead.
I wouldn't
So-
be dead. I've got thingy.
Yeah,
Orc 1 hit point thing.
yeah. Once.
But still.
I'd be fine.
You have that
Yeah.
once.
I've not used it in ages. Come on.
And also, if their damage spikes, though, if they critted, they can still outright kill you, and that doesn't trigger your move,
Yeah.
remember? So that's...
Here's a point, actually. I survived combat. XP.
That wasn't
Motherfucker.
combat. Slaughter.
It was worth a try, guys.
overcoming an encounter is something, right?
I
yes.
did overcome an encounter that I started.
Sure. Let's go with that. This is when you realise that Ars is nothing. She's just actually a cardboard cutout manifested by Crumbar's imagination. But anyway, yeah, another mark.
Who is he talking to?
Yeah. Why does he keep leaving all these half-eaten apples everywhere? Yes.
I was really hoping, actually, see, when I caught the app, I was like, please tell me this just turns into another weapon, but no.
Oh.
That was a grenade or something.
I am going to examine it. I'm going to get attuned to this apple. Do you want?
You can try and attune to the apple if you want, but it's 8 hours old now, after being on a very refreshing mountaintop. Bastiel.
Yeah, off the back of what Kelly just said about it being made by gods, so it belongs there. If we make this artifact in the end, which would be made by a god, then what? We're fighting the divine arsenal for it. That's kind of fucked, isn't it? I think we make it and then just like
No, because you're missing all the middle steps that Crumbar had to deal with, which is the Crumbar didn't ever have to give up the thing until he was done with it.
So they just follow us. We get new followers. Okay, interesting. Maybe they'll help. Yeah, that was cool. A lot of
I promise
Oh, I
you,
just-
right? I promise you this: if R shows up again, I will abandon everything to kill her.
Alt King, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Lots of doors open as always. I'm just itching to get to Anvil and just see the outdoors again.
Yeah.
Yeah. The dagger's a really cool thing because that's like a whole story in itself, a little side arc. Why does it do so much damage to fiends? Can we apply that to other things or learn from it? And
It's
yeah,
almost like
bunch
you've
of
got an
doors.
expert in fusing magic onto stuff. Who could that expert be? Resira.
I think that'd be cool. Like if we keep this idea of final battlefield in mind and just try and help with it, like can we make anti-demon armaments? Can we supply them with these things, etc., etc., to make that last encounter really?
Yeah, like turn up, give
Uh,
everybody cool swords and crossbows and stuff, and then give everybody like a Justoria Restoria, right? That'd be great.
Yeah,
Do that.
yeah, yeah. Looking forward to next week.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited. I also just love the fact that we got Losing the Quill to Live as one of the best fucking titles we've had.
So good.
Just because of how good it was, because it's literally what he had to do to live.
Mm.
It was so good.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with puns like bald eagle because he's
Well,
bald,
you said
he's
the
without a
word quill. You said the word quill, and
And
that immediately made me think, losing the quill
Yeah.
to live.
yeah.
But yes, anyway, that was good, guys. That was really, really fun. We got loads done, to be honest, and I think we managed to clear the board of a bunch of stuff that we can just ignore now and move much brisklier forward. As
Well,
Rasira
please,
would say.
Rasira.
Yeah. And if you use him as an ally, he could be really bloody useful, as you've seen.
I love him. He's awesome.
Yeah.
But
I'm
so
saying
could
just
the devil.
use him and then
Yeah,
get rid
As
of him.
Cyril said, can't you just
Yeah.
use this guy one-sidedly?
just use him.
Yeah.
And then, like,
Kick him to the curb.
ditch him when we don't need him anymore.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. That like we're like toddlers. He's an archmage. Like we can't use him. Like he will win in a game of intellect.
No, we can. If we promise him we'll invite him to
He
our
doesn't
birthday
like
party,
fighting.
Yeah.
he'll be our
Just
friend.
make him run into my dagger.
Yeah.
Or fall on your dagger, yeah.
Yeah.
By gravity.
Yes, the grabbing hands that hold everything, yes. Amazing. Anyway, guys, that was wonderful. Thank you all for playing, and see everybody next time. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.